Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clary. I'm the Lavender Lady, and this is Coffee with Lavender. How the heck are ya? Are you all awake? Have you been enjoying that extra hour of sleep that we've been given so graciously? I've been up all night, so no, I haven't had any of that there. Oh, look at that. I hear someone knocking on my door. How do you like that? Hey, look at that. It's the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Jen Morgan. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How the heck are ya? Oh, we're trying to get there. Let me do something about getting you on the camera here. Here we are. Now we're all set. Look at that. Look at that. Yay, 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 yay. Don't mind me. Have you been enjoying that extra hour of sleep?
Sorry, I'm just a little kerfuffled here.
Oh, gee. Okay, then. Yeah, sounds like I'm not the only one, so I'm happy about that. We can take that. Okay. Let us make sure we've got the right layout going here. There we go. Look at that. I like that. Okay, what's got you all kerfuffled?
I'm up late and I'm behind and everything's confusing. So my little brain just kind of goes poof.
What about your behind?
uh, well, it's big and ugly.
Aw, oh my, oh my. I don't know. Who is it that says beauty is in the eye of the beholder or something like that? I don't know. Oh my. Yeah, I
I
noticed
see.
you. What? What?
Go
What?
ahead.
I noticed you had said something about eggs. That yeah, when you need a knife and a fork to eat them, you know they've been overcooked. How the hell did you do that?
I'm kerfuffled. I wasn't
Okay,
paying attention.
okay, yeah. And that's what happens when you change the time like that. Oh my.
Ooh, that's right. It's that day.
It is that day indeed.
Okay, I got a good excuse then. Great.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, look at this. Okay. Tornado in a junkyard says, changed my clocks early before the time change really happened. Changed all the clocks Saturday afternoon. Uh, Tornado, what did you do in the interim when your clocks were an hour off? For half a Saturday. I want to hear about this. As a matter of fact, anybody want to bitch about the time change? Just let me know. I'll let y'all in, and we can have a big party here, along with tips and tricks. That didn't come out right, did it?
I see Kate is in the chat. Hi
Yes,
Kate.
she is. Hi, Kate. Hello, 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 hello.
Hi JC. Hi Nana.
Oh my. Okay, so NANA says if that's true, I need to start dating the visually impaired. Hey, everybody needs love. Come on. Uh, well, you just for that. Oh
I
my.
guess
Oh my.
you don't want to hear the story about how I was turned on from a date from a blind person, eh?
I don't know. Do I?
It was politics.
Okay. I can go for that. What the heck? So you're still eating.
Hmm?
You're still eating breakfast. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yum. Okay. Okay. How did you make those eggs? What did you do and how did you make them?
Well, I did just basic hash browns and a couple over easy eggs, which are now over very firm.
Oh my. Okay, so you actually got the spatula in there and got under it and flipped it over? Is that the way that works?
Hmm.
Oh my.
Yeah, that part I'm really good at. I was in a hurry, and so um, I did the hash browns and the eggs in the same pan, and it didn't cool enough before I put in the eggs, so
Oops.
they got a little crusty.
They got a little crusty. Gotcha. Excuse me. God, it's been a while
Which
since.
I actually like. I just wasn't expecting it today, so I blew it.
One way I got accustomed to making eggs, one of the very few things the FSB ever did in a way that wasn't horrible. Um, when she would make eggs, she would crack a couple eggs into a pan and let them start going a little bit. Then dump a little bit of water in and slam the lid
Hmm.
on. Not enough
Yep.
water to poach them, but enough to
Right.
steam them firm. And I ended
Yeah,
up.
that's a cheap. That's a quick restaurant grill way to baste eggs.
Mm-hmm. And I had not known that until she did that. She never worked at a restaurant or anything like that. I don't know where she picked it up, but she did it. And
I was down at a conference in what was it, Winston Salem, long time ago,
long,
and
long time ago,
I
Jan
I
was
went to
at a
the Waffle House to
conference.
have breakfast, and it was like 5 in the morning. I couldn't sleep, and the cook was also the waiter, and at that time, and I ordered basted eggs, and looked at me funny. He says, I have no idea what that is. I can't cook those. I don't know what that is. So I said, well, would you like me to teach you? Because I mean, it was just him and me in the restaurant. And he looks around and, okay. So I come back and I do the lid with a water, basted my eggs, and he said, holy cow. And he was so happy that he learned something new that he gave me free breakfast for the week that I was there.
Oh my!
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
Oh, Mom NATO, I didn't see you come in. I'm going between this, that, and the other, and well, the heck are you? How you enjoying that extra hour? Oh, no, you're awake now, so you're not enjoying that extra hour of sleep. How have you enjoyed it? Oh, Mr. Shadow Kitty, good way to get the cheese to melt. Thank you. I'm going to have to remember that. I would not use the water with the cheese because I didn't think they went together, but maybe they do. As far, boy, that sounds a lot like bitching about time change, doesn't it?
The time
Hey,
the time change is no challenge anymore. I don't have any analog clocks, and they all reset themselves.
okay, I still have a couple non-automatic clocks, if you will. I mean the computer systems I have, those reset themselves. Uh, my two phones. Well, no, one of my phones resets itself. The other one, I actually had to change myself. Believe it or not, this damn thing over here, I
Mm.
actually had to reset that by myself. But the smartphone, because it's smart, I watched it reset itself. I was actually looking as it went click, 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 and 159, and then one, and the whole thing like that. And it's like, hey, look at that. Oh my! It's yeah. Kate was saying that her clocks did their stuff automatically as well. And oh no, tornado. Mom NATO
I, w-
did.
I was I was hoping that the first time I watched it reset itself, I was hoping it would get to 2 o'clock and then freeze for an hour.
So Mom NATO did not get her extra hour of sleep. What the heck? What is going on here? Why is that?
Nap,
Did
nap
you
time.
did you keep her up all night? Is that it? Were you being a horrible person and doing terrible things, and Mom NATO stayed up all night? I don't understand these things. I really don't. But It's really really amazing. Yeah, like tonight I have well no I have no circadian rhythm. Let's put it that way. Um, and that so-called extra hour of sleep came right in the middle of my waking period. So I'm a little at this point. When am I never a little? But we'll get there sometime by Wednesday or so. I'll be recovered, and no big deal there. It's amazing that so many people hate the daylight saving time. Oh, what do we have? Hey, look, there's somebody by the name of Kate Farr. Do I know you? Have I seen you somewhere before?
Well, I think you've heard of me once or twice, but I'm not completely sure.
How you doing, hon?
Not entirely awake, but otherwise about like usual, which I guess is about like usual.
Yeah, pretty
actually.
much. Yeah,
So, yeah.
I went back to noon o'clock here because, well, at the beginning of the whole poll period, noon took off like wildfire, but then by the end of it, it was dead even. 10 votes for noon, 10 votes for 1300 hours. And it's like, okay, I'll just go back to the old way. Let's see if we can get some people back here because I drew a few less at 1 p.m. than I did at noon. It may or may not be the time, or it may be the topic, or it may be that nobody likes me.
By the way, but sorry about last week.
Oh no!
I didn't realize it was going to be that week, and my dad was in town. So
No problem. Seriously, no problem at all. I mean, Dad takes preference.
I kind of wanted to talk about the topic, though.
Oh my! Well, we're just gonna have to do another one at some point here, or hell, fill in the time today.
Aren't you going to tell Kate about those 6 subscribers that left you because she wasn't there?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh my!
Well, it's just silly. It's not my channel.
You know what though? If you don't mind my saying, you're almost as much a fixture here as I am, and it's kind of nice, really.
Well, that's only because someone won't get off her butt and make real videos.
Is that the way it works? Okay.
Well, I mean, as fun as these are, you could make some standalones.
I keep telling myself I need to, and I keep not doing it. It's one of those.
I know that feeling, but still.
I mean, just this past week, a couple topics came up, and I think, okay, I have to do something about this, but it was a timely thing, so I don't know if the good time has passed or not. Greg Locke was one of the things that came up, and yeah, when he burned Seidel's book.
It's funny. I heard about that, but it doesn't seem to be on his YouTube channel. Did he put it up there and delete it?
I don't know if he did that or if he simply posted it to Twitter because that's where I had to go to see it.
Yeah, I mean, burning a book is such a stupid idea.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah.
What good does that do? I mean, the author gets the royalties when you buy the book to burn it.
The author gave it to him for free, expecting him to read it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, because I saw the interview that Thomas did with him. Yes. Okay. So that's my bad there, kids. See, I occasionally make a mistake.
Well, that's why I'm here, to correct other people's mistakes.
Yay! See, you keep me in line. How do you like that?
Well, I mean, even just like whether or not you're physically burning the book isn't the problem. It's the social fallout. I mean, like who in their right mind thinks this is a great idea to publicly burn a book? I mean, if he wanted to I mean, because that act is so charged historically, politically.
Yes,
You know, the people who
absolutely.
burned books were really horrible, horrible, horrible people. I mean, if he wanted to publicly take a dump on it, it would be really like stupid to do.
Kate, I
But
was
at the same
sipping
time,
coffee.
I mean, but it wouldn't have that same visceral like historical baggage.
Yeah. Oh my word. Oh. Hi, Carl Edwards. Okay, Carl Edwards says I would burn Dianetics books, but I am a little twisted. I used to have one of those, and when I'm trying to remember if it was when I moved to the place I lived before this place, or when I moved to this place. One of the two moves, I got rid of a bunch of books because I knew that I wouldn't have enough space to keep them. I had over 900 at the time, and Dianetics was one of the books to go. It was found by a friend of mine on a curb lawn, and she gave it to me. She said, "Yeah, a touch of my like this." I said, "Yeah, right." What am I? Along with something by Timothy Leary and a couple other things, and I was like, "Okay."
Isn't there a book out there called literally Burn This Book? I seem to remember that was a
Yes.
thing.
Yeah,
Yes, that was
yeah.
by Abby Hoffman. No, that was Steal This Book.
Oh, was it?
Oh,
I
that's
swear
right.
it was
That's
called
yeah.
Burn This Book.
I'm gonna look up and see if we can find. Let's see. Burn.
Yeah, and in this day and age, when a lot of books are on Kindle, that would be a really strange thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then you just have to overcharge the battery and it'll self-immolate.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I like having my Kindle though.
I just did a quick look, and we have Burn This Book by Toni Morrison, published in conjunction with the PEN American Center. Burn This Book is a powerful collection of essays that explore the meaning of censorship and the power of literature to inform the way we see the world and ourselves. Originally published 12 May 2009.
There you go.
I didn't know
You
about
know,
that
I've
one.
always thought it was weird that we use the word inform in that context, because usually when people use it, it's like I'm giving you information, but in this case it's I'm forming my way of looking at the world, and it just seems backward to me.
Okay, okay.
I agree, Kate. I don't know that if I practice what I preach perfectly, but it really bothers me when people warp words and make them into meanings that they are completely different than. Um, the one of the classics on YouTube being debate. Nobody does real debates on YouTube. They argue.
Yeah, I mean, when people like change and warp the meanings of words, it literally makes my head explode.
Yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
just a minute. You just said literally makes your head explode.
Yes, that was the joke, dear.
Okay. So I was catching it right.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
No, that one has been bugging me actually, is the literally, when you definitely mean like figuratively or hyperbolically.
mhm.
Yeah. I have rants upon rants about the way words are used and how stupid some of them are and all that, but I won't bore people with it.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, okay. One that's been driving me up the frickin' wall is people using proven when they mean proved.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That one's been driving me up the wall. Now, granted, of course, if something gets used colloquially enough, it ends up in the dictionary. Like no joke, the two definitions of literally are now in dictionaries,
Or
despite being
irregardless.
complete opposite.
Ow!
Oh god.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah. Oh, and there have been a lot of theists lately on YouTube who've been saying evidences,
Oh, Jesus,
not
yes.
evidence, evidences,
I
not
but
pieces of evidence.
that may be an archaic usage, and with the way these people think, that would be right up their street.
Hmm. But no, proved is like when you've proved a theory, proved a hypothesis. Proven is like when a friend has shown themselves to be reliable, they are a proven friend.
Ding, ding,
Like
ding.
like they've proved themselves to be a friend, and thus they are a proven friend. But these days, I don't know if it's just because it sounds impressive or something, like it sounds more official to people somehow, but they're using proven for every damn thing, and it drives me up the wall.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of mangling of the language that I hear. Another thing,
The heck was it?
I have
Sorry, it's a
no
truck going
idea.
past. I couldn't do anything about it.
Okay, then. The increasing rarity of strong verbs is something that I lament.
Example?
Okay, for example, he pleaded not guilty rather than
Oh,
he pled non guilty. Things like that. Um,
yeah.
mm-hmm.
I mean, like, technically, it should be innocent until proved guilty. And yes, you pleaded, yeah, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, there was another one that just popped into my head, and now I don't remember it. Oh well,
Oh
doesn't matter.
Do you
my.
hear
Oh,
me
oh,
knocking?
oh. Copywritten.
Ow! 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 No, the right in this case is not schreiben. It is not pen in hand. It is the privilege of doing or having.
Yes, it's your rights. Your right to copy
Can
it.
you hear me, guys? Botting?
I cannot.
No, we can't hear you at all.
No, I can't
Not
hear
even a
you
tiny
asking whether
thread.
you can be heard. No, ain't happening. How you doing, sweetie?
Oh, ha ha ha.
Hey,
Oh
Nita.
Waka waka waka.
there we is. Okay. My oh my mom, NATO. Have a look at your Discord, would you? Yay.
Yeah, she's easier to reach on Discord.
There you go. You told us
Now-
that you set your clock Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
I call it the preemptive time switch.
did that not confuse you when you were looking at the clock?
No,
No,
I just
what-
added an hour.
Okay.
Basically, I would look at the clock and see my clock was showing this. My computer clock automatically switches, but I switched every clock that doesn't automatically switch. So I basically added an hour onto the clocks that don't automatically switch until basically 2 a.m. last night.
2 a.m. last.
I'm working on trying to get in. My computer's being slow.
Oh, but you're
My-
here. But you're here. Yes, you are.
No,
I'm in
have
Talon's room.
I have no idea how to set the time on my microwave because it was here when I moved in, and I don't have the manual, right?
Oh, no.
But unlike a VCR that just flashes 12 until you set it, the numbers keep changing on the microwave, but they flash like they're flashing 12. I have no idea how to fix that. So it's always saying something like 4:27 when it's really 9 in the morning.
Okay.
You know, I have no idea what to do about it.
Is no, seriously on the? Is there a panel with touchpads or touch switches or something on there?
Oh, of course there is.
Hello.
But I mean, it's one of those things where it's like if you want to set the time, you can't just hit something and type it in. You have to press and hold something or press and hold two somethings. And then you can't just type it in. You have to press arrows up and all this crazy shit.
Oh
I'm just
my!
like,
So there's
it's
nothing.
not worth the trouble.
There's nothing that says clock on it. in other words.
Well,
My
sure
mom
there
has a
is,
microwave
but
that
it
just says clock, and then you can press
again, it's one of those things where it's like clock / something else. So you have to press it a certain number of times to adjust the one thing and hold it to adjust the other and all that crapola. I'm just like,
Ow!
they could make this simpler. They could make it so much simpler.
That would drive me
Good
crazy.
God.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah, my mom just has clock, and then slash select, hit select, and then press it again if you really want to do something to get your clock going, and then just push one of the buttons up there and then type it in.
Well, I know
close
how
your
to
door.
get my clock going. It's called caffeine.
Can you hear me now?
I
We
cannot.
can
we can
I
hear you.
cannot hear you asking whether you can be heard.
By
I
the
know.
way,
I know.
did
I'm
you get my-
overusing that joke. I know.
Did you get my suggestion on what to call the 10-hour after show?
Talon,
Yes!
close your door. You're shouting.
Yes, you was being rather loud, voluminous, something, I don't know.
Well, we're all so far away on all parts of the world. How can we be heard unless we're shouting?
You're so
Well, he's in the same house
far
as me.
away. Doesn't
Yes,
anybody?
but he's in the same house as me, so I can hear him.
I apologize.
Thank you. I can hear him over the headset and through the speakers. So it's like, oh my God, child, are you trying to drown me out?
Well,
Yes,
it's funny,
he
it
is.
reminds me of my dad in a weird sort of way, because like as much as he's been using computer technology for about as long as I have, he doesn't quite seem to realize that when he's clicking on his laptop, he doesn't have to murder the touchpad. You know? And I'm like,
Okay. Do you know how many times I have been called at 3 a.m. in the morning because my mother has a computer problem? And she's like, can you tell me how to fix this? And it's like, Mom, I'm not at your house. No, I can't tell you how to fix it because I can't see what you're doing wrong.
Okay, I have a question. Why do people talk about 3 a.m. in the morning? Is it ever 3 a.m. in the afternoon?
it was once, but everyone was confused.
Okay.
Yeah. The problem is, you've got to understand, at one point I lived 15 yards from my mother.
Ow.
And
ow.
she'd call me, she'd call me and be like, can you come over and fix my computer? And it's like, Mom, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. No, I don't. Oh, please, I need it fixed. And it's like, Mom, I was sleeping. I know, but it's just walk across the yard. Fine.
When I first moved to the West Coast, it took my parents a while to remember that I was in a different time zone.
Uh-huh.
I was awakened by a few very early morning phone calls because my mom is clueless and she does that sort of thing.
What is it about parents that are 65 and older being clueless?
Hey,
Well, I mean, it's funny because I think about the sort of technophobia that was inherent to earlier generations, and like they're having a hard time assimilating. Whereas people,
Right.
at least as like young or old or whatever you want to call it, as me, have embraced technology despite the fact that it was in its infancy, like at least home technology was. You know. I mean, I remember the old Atari 2600 with pixels this big, you know, and now I'm playing around making animations on my computer, and there has not been a technological development that hasn't intrigued me a little. Some of it has repulsed me, but, you know, just
God,
because
yes.
it was badly implemented, like totally not the fault of being high tech, it's the fault of the people who did the wrong things with it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so you get like those older people who are so clueless. You know, the ones who still call it the internets because they don't know it's not that.
Okay.
Okay, my mom has this habit. She does something on Firefox and she's like, my browser's messed up. Can you fix this? And it's like, Mom, it's not your browser that is the problem. The web page is having a problem. No, Firefox is not messed up. It's the page. Well, how do I fix the page? You can't. You're not the one who coded the page. But it's like, no, Mom, you can't fix this. It's not Firefox. Well, can you come over and fix my Firefox? It's not
Oh.
Firefox.
Oh, boy, moi. I consider myself kind of lucky, I guess.
My grandma is a computer inept.
No, she's computer illiterate. She should not have ever have never asked me to build her a computer.
Oh yeah, let's just not remember the time where she decided to crash her own computer by installing Win 10.
Oh no, no.
May I say something, please?
No.
What do you got?
As the representative of people who are 65 and older, some of us can fix a damn laptop, okay?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not saying you can't.
Oh, and phones too. We can take those apart and put them back together damn near blindfolded.
But you're not my parent.
Well, okay, but let's.
I qualified
let's pick on your
it
parents,
as-
not 65 and older, okay?
I did say parents, 65 or older. I did say parents, not people.
I actually consider myself rather lucky, I guess, in the sense that I discovered the world of computers back in 1970. Programmed my first computer when I was 13 years old. And that was something that didn't happen very often. You have to grant. My school system was not a poor school system. It had the $125,000 or something on that order, $120,000, $130,000 to buy an HP 2116, big as a steamer trunk, with about as much power as a 4-function pocket calculator. This baby used teletype machines for input-output, okay? But I did become accustomed to the use of a computer, writing in... They were stupid simple languages, BASIC, Fortran, ALGOL, assembly language.
COBOL?
No, COBOL came later, but not in high school or in junior high school. I hate COBOL. Ow! I hate COBOL with a passion.
I've never used it. I've used BASIC and Pascal, and that's it.
Okay, COBOL is what
and
happens.
HTML.
Say again.
I said, oh no, and HTML.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is a computer language. Yes.
I used to manually transpose data onto graph paper for the punch card operators to then put into punch cards.
Oh God.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Now, COBOL is what happens when you try to force natural language onto a procedural computer language, computer language or computer. It doesn't work at all. There was one advanced basic shop and COBOL shop rolled into one. That I worked at, I was trying to pick up some of the COBOL just to be useful on the other machines they had, and oh my God, it was horrible.
Sorry, sudden kitty escape. Like you got a cat on your lap and all of a sudden they look up like something happened and bolt, except there was no sound anywhere at all.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
well, thigh lacerations, that's what just happened.
I was going to ask if the claws were out when that happened. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, my cat does that while sitting on the back of my computer chair, so I don't get the thigh lacerations. I get the shoulder lacerations. Right where my bra straps sit.
Oh!
Yes.
So what now? The bra is white except for the area that goes right over the shoulder, which is a very nice shade of red.
Well, if I'm wearing a bra at the time.
Okay!
Yes.
After a while, I decided to forego the use of the traditional over-the-shoulder boulder holder and decided to go sports bra only.
Over-the-shoulder boulder holder?
You never heard
and
that before?
I've decided to go sports bra only, and I have to say I love it.
Well, unfortunately, I have ample tracts of land. Sports bras don't work for me.
Gotcha. Yes. Well, speaking from the faction that is so flat the walls are jealous, I have to say that sports bras help.
No, I'm along. What's the song? Do your boobs hang low? You ever
Oh,
heard that
that
one?
one. Yes, yes. I
Do your
cannot
boobs hang
remember.
low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie 'em in a knot? Can you tie 'em in a bow? Can you swing 'em over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do your boobs hang low?
Uh,
See,
Mm.
I've never heard that used for boobs. I've always heard that used for ears. I don't know why
Oh,
your ears hang low. that's a
uh-huh.
weird, but
Well, my friends tell me if I fell down while wearing a bra, I would not get a broken nose or two black eyes because my boobs would support me.
I see.
You know
Yes.
your tits are big when people come and hide in front of you in a rainstorm.
Uh huh.
Mm.
I
oh
used to have a
man.
cat that would use my chest as a ledge for sleeping.
Oh, that would happen to my ex all the time. Ariel would use her
Hmm.
front end as
Hmm.
a resting place. Well, she was E cup. Most
Hmm.
people call it
Mm.
double D.
Hmm. I'm an eye cup.
Well, ah,
Yeah.
well,
I'm
Wow.
a
whenever
4.
I'm lying in bed and my cat decides to do that squirrel and running thing, and she
Uh-huh.
decides she has to hurdle me to get to
Mhm.
whatever it is, she will inevitably plant a paw right on a nipple.
Oh
Like
God,
she has
yes. Ow.
unerring nipple aim. Like she's
Uh-huh.
doing it deliberately.
Oh yes. No, Talon has more fun, or I should say, Tornado has more fun when the dog comes and lays on his bed because he's got a double bed. Dog's 85 pounds, and he decides to do a nut shot while he's trying to get out of the bed.
Yeah, well, that's another thing that my kitty has perfect aim at is she has clit aim as well.
Oh, oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
yeah.
Yes, you
I
have.
don't know what it is about her. I mean, I love my cat to death, but sometimes I think that's going to be literal.
Yes,
I
you have
sleep on my
described
side. I
this.
don't have that problem.
Oh
Come here,
So
man.
puppy.
basically, what you're telling me is your cat has
Come on, kitty.
perfect, well, everything aim, all the sensitive bits.
She
Pretty
wants to know.
much, pretty much. It's also like when she wants to wake me up, she will often bat at my nose, claws
Yes.
out. But
Okay.
occasionally she
Oh
misses
God.
and nails me right in the eye.
Yeah. I
Ow.
don't have that problem with Smudge. He will bat at my face, but he doesn't use his claws. He knows better. The last time he used his claws to bat at my face, he got flung against a wall.
Mm.
Okay, you'll learn
I have
quickly.
to admit there have been
Because,
times I've wanted to punish my kitty rather severely. She has gotten flung, but never into a wall.
well, his favorite thing to do is to come up and start nudging me in the face with his face. And he's
Okay.
always got a wet nose. So
Oh,
the
Columbia pulls that crap.
Yeah, the one time he decides that he's not going to use his face, he used his claws. And I was sound asleep, and he whacked me right across the tip of the nose. So I
Ooh.
Mhm.
wasn't trying to fling him into the wall, but I went and I batted back. And unfortunately for him, I batted him into the wall.
Yeah, my cat, she's woken me up with claws out because she doesn't know how to not be claws out. Like if she's lying on my lap, she does this really cute thing where she puts her paw on my arm, but claws are
Mhm.
out. And if I pet her, it's like, when someone's having sex and they scrunch their hand on the
Oh, yeah.
clit?
Hmm.
Columbia does that if she's being petted, right?
Hmm.
And so usually when she tries to wake me up, I'm already half awake,
Uh
but
huh.
sometimes I'm completely asleep and
Uh huh.
she'll bat at me, claws out, and without thinking about it, I just sort of pop up and start smacking because I think I'm being attacked,
Yeah.
and I was freaking asleep, so I
Hmm.
didn't know to be gentle. So I have pummeled her on occasion, but let's face it, she earned it.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I am very lucky. Smudge does not use his claws to touch. Like right now, he's laying across the back of my computer chair, and his head is on my left shoulder with both of his front paws there, and he's whooping, which means he's kneading with his claws, but he's not doing it hard. And if he does do it too hard, I reach up and I grab his paws, and he's like, "Okay, mom." Let go of my paws, Mom.
This one never got that point. You do that, she'll stop moving the paws for a while until you let go, and then resume. It's yeah, and that was really interesting back in the day when I first took her in. I'm guessing she was about 12 weeks old or something like that, and probably had a hard kitten life. She would nurse at my neck. I'm holding and nurse, but she would also do the kneading, and those claws would be out, and it's like, damn, those are sharp, little one, and she just never really did get the point that those are, lethal weapons. Yeah, I mean, when she wants my attention, she'll go for the nose with the claws, and it's like, ah.
No. I never had cats that did that until
my dog has repeatedly stepped on my dick. Out
if they decided like you've offended me, but all of my other cats they would keep the claws retracted if they were trying to be affectionate, but not Columbia. No, claws out all the time. And if it wasn't like super, 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 super cruel, I'd consider declawing her, but it is cruel.
It is.
It's cutting off a whole knuckle, so I'm not going to do it, even though I think she might be a menace.
Have you considered, have you tried trimming her claws?
Oh God, no! Because that would be like trying to hold down an animate razor blade that decided it didn't like you. Columbia, when she struggles, is not. You could hold her still enough to get more than 2 claws.
Yeah. See, my friends usually wrap their cats up in a towel and do just the front feet because they need those back claws. But she'll trim the claws with a pair of fingernail clippers and just trim them just a little bit so they're not quite so sharp. And she does it once a month.
Would not sit still for it.
Yeah.
She wouldn't. Even wrapped in a towel. Just trying to wrap her in a towel would be like trying to struggle with a kicking toddler. It wouldn't work.
Been there, done that.
Diana?
Hey!
Diana, look at the side chat or the internal chat. I mean...
Oh, the internal. Okay. Let's have the look and see what we've got. Wait a minute. Hello.
It was something about.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all.
Though why we're doing yo-yo tricks during a live broadcast, I don't know.
Walk the dog, yes. I got that one.
Anyway.
My, yes, indeed. Oh, my.
So, hey, you know what's made me super, super grouchy? Is that Facebook decided to block me for no good reason. Like, seriously, what it said was, you have used Facebook in a way that our systems consider unusual.
That
even if
one.
You didn't mean to. You can post again in 30 days. I'm like, what the frick did I do that warranted a 1-month ban? What was unusual? They won't freaking tell me. You click this is a mistake. They don't care. And I actually think like because you're not allowed to post, I think the system that lets you protest a block is set up so you can't use it while you can't post, because it inevitably says an error has occurred. We can't process your request. I don't know why. Completely unwarranted, and it's pissing me off.
I mean, okay.
I mean, what did I even do? They could at least tell me.
When you think really, really hard back over, say, a couple of days or something, you cannot think of anything that anyone would regard any way possible as weird.
Well, I mean, they don't even say I violated community standards. I've been very careful and didn't post anything even remotely offensive. I just apparently used Facebook in an unusual way, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to figure out, if there was any indication.
It's like that whole esports situation.
Huh? What?
What now?
You know the whole esports situation regarding Blitzchung?
No.
Not even a tiny, tiny bit. Everything you just said means nothing except you know.
Well, there's this recent situation where someone was actually protesting the human rights situation in Hong Kong. and
that.
Blizzard decided to
I know what
suspend
you're
them.
talking about. Sorry, when you said Blizzard, I heard Blitz, and I didn't know what you meant. But yes, I know what you mean now. Someone, I forget who, did a video about it. I want to say it was Surus.
Yeah, he's good for that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Some dude won a tournament, and like sort of in his little victory speech, he said one sentence, barely even a phrase, really. Free Hong Kong or something, and then that was it. All of a sudden, he loses all his prize money and gets blocked off the game for a year.
Wow.
Yeah. And of course, Blizzard got a lot of backlash for it, but because they have so many games and so many people play, there was no way to really protest them effectively. So, as I understand
People
it,
were not
they
happy.
relented a little. Like apparently they I think they gave him his prize money, but he's still blocked for 6 months or something. But even so, that's freaking stupid.
Right. What happened to freedom of speech?
Well, okay.
We can get into a big
Well,
argument.
remember, Blizzard has
freedom of speech only relates to the government. The government cannot block your freedom of speech. Anyone else can. So even if they're like if Blizzard had been the government, it would have been a violation of freedom of speech, but they're not. And so you don't have freedom of speech on Blizzard. You just don't.
Okay, now this
Makes me glad I don't play Blizzard stuff anymore.
Well, you don't have freedom of speech anywhere. It's only the government that can't suppress what you have to say. Like if you're trying to say something on a television station that's privately owned, they can tell you no. If you do it, they can say you're never going to be on our show again. And it's not a violation of freedom of speech. It's just obnoxious.
Now, what I want to know, though, is where does equal housing fit into this? Because if I remember correctly, a lot of the housing discrimination that you saw in the early 60s was done by private people. But that was ruled, was that not ruled unconstitutional somehow?
Yes.
Well, I don't think it's speech, though.
Well, there's the thing, though. It's the extension of a discriminatory thing onto private individuals in that particular arena. I don't understand why, is speech somehow sacrosanct when it comes to that, or are other rights or non-rights or whatever you want to say, are they included as well? Do we need to do a show on this and get some folks in and discuss this sort of thing? It's always I've always wondered about it, and I've really not done anything about it.
Well, I think it's harder to prove discrimination of speech than it is to prove housing discrimination or something that is a physical discrimination based on race, creed, sex, religion, that kind of thing. Freedom of speech, it's an ambiguous area.
Literally throwing around racial slurs. I mean, it's probably difficult to show discrimination within speech, but discrimination within actions a lot easier, I can imagine.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay.
Like, I mean, if you look at that housing thing, and I don't really have the details, but if you notice, like, a percentage of people of color being turned down versus white people, just in terms of the demographics of who they're letting in, obviously there's a trend there that could probably be prosecuted. But if it's like one black family didn't get a house and like 16 did out of 32 houses, if that one family shouts discrimination, they're kind of full of shit.
Kind of, yes, indeed. I'm with you. Yeah.
Or black people get discriminated.
Discriminated? Let me write that down. That's a new word.
Popeye.
I know. Oh, thank you. If 16 black people get discriminated against in a housing complex, and 7 Hispanics get discriminated against, but 26 white people get let in, then there is an obvious issue with discrimination based on your race and color, and it's being proven because the only people getting in are white people. Proved, yes, sorry. and of those, you could also say that the black people were, let's say Jewish for some weird reason, and the Hispanics were Catholic. You've got several, and the white people were Christians. No, you can prove several forms of discrimination in that one demographic.
Were all of these black people clones of Sammy Davis Jr.?
Maybe. we might be right with that. They all had the last name Goldberg. Ha ha!
Oh my!
Ouch!
I'm sorry, that was wrong. I've just been.
Well,
I'm in a feisty mood. My neighbors decided that they
To
were
wake her
going
up.
to- Yeah, I went to sleep early because I was tired, and I woke up to let the dog out. Went back to bed at 12 o'clock in the morning before the time change. I start hearing giggling and laughter and people raising their voices, which I didn't mind them having their little party outside. But it went on until well after 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's like, people, you've got babies 2 houses down trying to sleep. Go the fuck in your house, open your windows if you want to be cool. Don't be outside shouting and laughing at the top of your lungs while people are trying to sleep.
well, see, I can't help being cool. It's something I do all the time. So, even if it's 1 a.m.,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, but you're not going to be outside laughing with somebody, are you?
Challenge accepted.
Okay. Thank God you don't live anywhere near me. But, it's like, if it was like for 5-10 minutes, it wouldn't have been a problem. But this went on for over an hour. And
Okay, the one that drives me up the freaking wall, it's very similar because it keeps going on into the wee hours of the night, is all the damn crickets. And you wouldn't think there'd be crickets in freaking San Diego, but apparently they hang out in this little patch of grass that's right next to my place, so
spray some insecticide.
don't tempt me.
No, we have cicadas, and
yeah.
we have crickets. And the neat thing is the tree frogs. Since we live in Florida, we have tree frogs. And the geckos. So, crickets, I can do crickets.
Geckos make noise?
Yes, they go.
I was not aware of that.
Well, actually, the geckos run around and asking, "Did you know that you could save 15% on auto insurance?" Okay.
Geico, yeah. But yes, the geckos make a clicking sound.
I did not know that.
Yes, you learn a lot of things when you go over to Japan, and you've got lizards the size of your arm. So yeah.
Lizards the size of your arm?
Yes.
That reminds me of a line that got cut from a Mel Brooks movie, but we're not going to go into that, are we?
Well, everything is huge in Okinawa, and they would have iguanas. The main body of the iguana was the length of your forearm. Then you add in their tails. Their tails are twice the length of their body, and they are they can crack you across the shins and slice you open.
Fun.
Hello.
Yes.
And
Did you
I'm
know-
willing to bet that they're a delicacy.
No.
Oh.
They like them because they eat insects.
Mm.
And you've got a lot of insects in Okinawa. I have very not fond memories of insects in Okinawa.
I have very not fond memories of insects in Vermont.
Oh.
I forgot about all the freaking mosquitoes until I visited my parental units this summer. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about those guys.
Oh no! Their mosquitoes have nothing on kamikaze cockroaches.
Oh yes, the kamikaze cockroaches.
Oh, the ones that
Okay.
swarm and dive bomb
Yes,
you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes, yes. They
Hmm.
they they. Oh, I'm not even gonna go into it on the air again.
Do
No,
I
I
remember?
already that.
Yeah,
No.
do I remember you saying something about do not use insecticide because if you
Yes,
do, they call out for
yes,
reinforcements? Yeah, okay.
yes. That they actually tell you that in the briefings that they do. When you go into a military base overseas, they will do an orientation meeting where everybody in your family has to come into the meeting and they tell you what you can do and what you shouldn't do. And they tell you do not spray insecticides on the roaches. They will swarm. You
And
see one, and there are about 6 or 7 or 8 others that are in the area. They send out a scout, basically, to look just like an ant would. They send out scouts, and if you spray the scout, then it sends out pheromone response to being sprayed, and more roaches come in and dive bomb you. And they are scary things. I mean, you've got roaches the size of your hand dive bombing you. What are you going to do? You're going to scream and run in your house to slam the door and
Well,
hope
maybe
no one
that's
came
what
in
you're
with
gonna
you.
do. I'm gonna bring a tennis racket.
Yeah. So,
did you just say I'm gonna bring a tennis racket?
That
Why
is
would you
indeed
bring a
what you
tennis
said.
racket?
Oh,
swat the
if some
roaches.
giant, if some giant
Like
bug is
sweater.
gonna dive bomb me, I'll just serve it back at you.
This is how bad
Someone is
was
um,
invented.
mean.
Yeah, I am a cruel and heartless bitch. I thought that was clear.
I do have to say, Kate, I'm getting a glimpse of your chair. It's like a race car chair, isn't it?
Well, it's a gaming chair.
Oh, I just have an old fashioned leather chair. My cats have clawed up to death.
The only thing I don't really like about this chair is that if
Mhm.
I sit on it, say in shorts, and then I decide to
Oh,
stand up after an hour, the
yes.
back of my
You should.
thighs will be ripped off.
Yes,
That's
you
the only
Ah,
thing I don't like about it.
Yeah, yeah. I don't ever sit in my chair without a cushion because I
Hey,
like to
it
wear shorts in the
floats.
summertime, and I don't want to rip the skin off my legs. I sweat too much.
Mm.
By the way, the game I'm
Yeah.
currently playing right now is Simple Planes.
Oh, fun!
who?
Okay.
What? Where?
I'd
Ain't
still
never
like
heard of it.
it's a flight simulator, I
Ah,
believe.
Ish.
Well, I got
Ish.
that impression from the word planes.
Yeah, no, it's not like Arma. I can't flip the helicopter and land it upside down.
Mm.
I don't know. I suppose. I mean, now that I've got this damned Windblows 10 that I'm dual booting on this machine, maybe.
Mom actually pulled that off, Diana. She actually landed a helicopter upside down
Oh
In a
no.
game.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
no. Well,
without blowing it up.
what I ought to do is if you can find any more a flight simulator that will simulate a P-51, maybe I should save up and get one.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sure that exists.
I mean,
Hmm.
I've got
Well,
the
that's
damned Windows, Otherwise, I'm not doing anything with it because, well, maybe if the Resurrection of Movie Night uses Zoom, I'll be using the Windows more than I do now, which is not at all. Um, I hate Windows that much, but
Okay,
uh
here we go. Warplanes, World War II dogfight. I'm not sure if it has a P-51, but it has just about everything from World War II, it looks like.
oh my,
It's kind of an older game, and it's free to play on Steam.
I
World
found
of
one of my
Warplanes. Is that what you
yeah.
just said?
No, I just said Warplanes, World War II dogfight.
okay, I'll have to
Wow, this
remember
thing is
this.
impressively maneuverable. Damn.
I found one too. Let me see if I can. SF FSX Steam Edition P-51D Mustang
Oh,
add-on.
those are the nicest. Yeah, the D model
Mm-hmm.
was. Oh, Yeah,
There's
you can
also
hear me getting all spoogey over here over the P-51D.
let's see.
Yeah.
Warhawk's European Theater is not out yet. Oh, and it's designed for VR. Never mind.
Oops.
Hmm.
Yeah. There are definitely some good games for VR that you can play sitting down. Here's one: Warbirds Dog Fights. It's $20. It's clearly mostly World War II stuff.
Oh my.
That looked like a Mustang. It's hard to tell because it's really small, but it looks like a Mustang.
I might even take a
See if
crack
see
at a
if
Corsair.
see if a application is still out there by the name of Air Warrior.
Air Warrior.
So they do exist, these
Okay.
games. Oh, wait, here's one. What is this? DCS. What the hell's DCS?
Oh, Digital Combat Simulator.
Sure, well, there's a P-51 Mustang D available, but it does seem to be something you have to download for a base game rather than being something unto itself, which is kind of crazy because this DLC appears to be. Oh no, it's a whole game. It's a whole game. No, it's not. No, it's not. It requires the base game. It's $40 just for the Mustang, and that's
Wow.
on top of the game. The game itself, wow, I apparently own a copy of it. Oh, because the game itself is free. You just have to pay for the specific aircraft.
Okay, so that's how they get
But
you.
it's still $40. So
That's a little, yeah. I have a
Pricey
few.
for you, yeah.
I have a few other things I want to do before I do that. If I can pull it off, one of them being getting down to Texas this, the coming spring. But we'll see what happens.
oh man,
Hopefully,
so
I'm
many.
able to throw any parts before then.
Oh. Okay.
This is so frustrating. Almost everything on my Steam wish list is coming soon rather than out. So frustrating.
I don't play a lot of stuff on Steam anymore.
Well, some of the games that I want seem to be only available on Steam. And also, I mostly put things on my wish list just as a bookmark so I remember it rather
Right.
than, hoping someone buys it for me.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
are.
Well, I mean, it's a good way to keep track of something that looked interesting,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
which I have not yet had access. Yeah.
This Sea Duck is extremely maneuverable. Seriously, I'm flying it, and it's actually doing a canyon run perfectly.
Yes, I think we're hearing your game in the background.
I don't get to play any of those games because I don't own a computer.
You
Well,
mean
you're
that
doing this
constant
on a
buzzing
phone?
sound?
Yes.
Are you doing this on a phone then?
No.
Not you, her. She
Yeah.
said she doesn't have a computer.
Yeah, I am.
Oh my. No, I have to sit there and fix my laptop. I don't even want to think about it.
Thread
Oh,
needle.
my laptop's hard drive ate itself.
And that didn't sound at all filthy.
My cat knocked my laptop off my bed, and it still worked for a while. And then I went one day and started it up, and it tells me your Windows key is no longer valid. What?
It's
So
funny 'cause- Oh, go on.
I tried fixing it, and then it said, "Oh well, now your boot sector's screwed up. Oh well, now this is working. Oh well, now that is not working." So yeah, the hard drive ate itself.
Well, it's funny because my kitty, she has many traits missing from the typical cat behavior. Like she definitely does not bat things off of tables. For a
Really?
very long time, she would not lie on top of me if I was in bed. Although if I was on a couch or sitting in a chair, she'd do it. I don't know what that was. And only once have I ever caught her sitting in a cardboard box. Ever.
Huh, that's weird.
She's just such an atypical cat. Mind you, the
Yeah.
box thing, she does have a substitute for that because she loves her cat carrier. It's like this square thing, and it's mostly made of soft canvas. And on the bottom is this sort of like, it looks like sheep fur, but it's probably artificial. And she just loves sitting in it. I keep it up on a dresser, and she will use it as her little den. So maybe she uses that instead of a cardboard box. But even so, she's not a box kitty.
Boxes and bags are my cat's favorite things.
I heard about this family. They got kicked off of a plane after it was discovered they'd accidentally packed their cat in their luggage.
Oh my
no.
Like
God.
they were packing for the trip, and the kitty had crawled in, and they zipped it up, I guess, and took it on the plane. I'm assuming it was carry-on, and not that the cat was in the luggage compartment, like underneath. They
Right.
didn't
That
check the cat. But apparently someone heard meowing, and they were like, "What the fuck?" And it turns out their cat was in their bags, and they got kicked off the flight.
Eek.
well, yeah, no. How do you miss your cat meowing?
You'd think that a
It's
modern
trapped in your bags.
you would think that a modern airliner would have some sort of cat ejection system that they could have just, you know.
Well, you'd think they would have caught it going through the X-ray machine.
Yeah.
You would think they would have caught it in the car driving.
Well,
The
I mean, if you put
Well-
your bag in the trunk, you'd never notice. Maybe they were playing the radio loud. I don't know.
Well, here's
I don't know.
the thing, though, is the little one over here, from Pittsburgh to Chicago, 500 miles, not a word out of her.
Oh.
You did not hear that kitty. She was in a carrier in the back, and she was just
Oh my God,
sitting
you
there.
got lucky.
Yeah, I did.
Well, I mean, Columbia would probably sleep through a car trip too,
Okay,
in her cat carrier.
Missouri to Florida.
Meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Thread the needle.
Okay, we get the idea.
Well, you know,
24 hours of meowing.
one thing
Yeah.
that's kind of funny about that cat carrier is
Yes,
it's official Delta merchandise. Like I
Uh-huh.
knew I was going to fly Delta, and so I bought the Delta cat carrier, assuming, rightfully so, that it'll fit in under the seat in front of me. Nope. Apparently not. And I was flying first class because I was only flying one way. It was from Seattle to San Diego when I was moving. I figured, what the hell? Let's just buy first class for a one-way ticket. It still was kind of costly, but still, you know. But the carrier did not fit. And the flight attendants started to give me a hard time. And I pointed at the Delta logo and said, "Not my fault." And they said, "Oh, fine, you can keep her." But because she didn't fit under the seat in front of me, I had to have the cat carrier on my lap the whole time,
Yeah.
kind of spoiling the fun of first class.
Yeah, really. They should have just dealt with it. It's their screw up.
Well, I mean, actually, the flight attendants were pretty nice about it after they relented. After they were like, "Well, yeah, I guess this is an honest mistake. Not much you can do about it. Okay, fine." They were pretty okay with it after that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to their credit.
Hi. Well, hello, kitty. Yes. No, he's being quiet. He doesn't meow unless I've been gone for a while. I go out of the house for 2 hours, and the first 20 minutes after I come home, he meows at me.
Well, you know, Columbia has a tendency, like, I'll sit down, I'll be at the computer, and, like, after a couple of minutes, she's looking up at me, meowing. And I'm not sure, does she want to be on my lap? Does she want to be fed? Does she want me to open the door and close the screen so she can look
Oh
outside?
my gosh.
I mean, I don't know what she wants. And so I have to try to experiment to finally figure it out. And of course, sometimes apparently she just wants me to look at her because nothing helps.
Yeah. That sounds like Talon's cat Loki. Oh my god, that cat has the most obnoxious meow. And he likes to bang cabinet doors.
Ooh.
You know, Columbia has two meows. There's the cute meow, and then there's the screech. Now, the screech is not so much like you know, howling in pain or anything. It's just her voice changes from meow to meow. And I'm like, she sounds like a bird that's in distress or something, and I don't know what to do about it. Um, I don't know.
Okay.
She is
No.
inscrutable, like most cats.
Mr. Shadow
When
Kitty
Lo-
says, I've seen cats jump in an empty guitar case and have the lid fall and shut them in where they remained unnoticed. Would this be personal experience by any chance?
No, thankfully.
Not you, Talon. You're not Shadowcat. No, Loki, Tornado's cat, likes to, when he's hungry, or if he really wants attention, he'll hook his claws into the underside of a cabinet door, pull it partially open, release his claws, and let it bang. So you're hearing bang, 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 till he gets attention.
And now that song is in my head. Thank you so much.
Which one?
Beach one.
You ever watch How I Met Your Mother?
No.
No.
Okay, great show. Absolutely adore it. But whenever someone's about to get some, the rest of the gang will go, I said a bang, bang, bangity bang. I said a bang, bang, bangity bang. And so now that's in my head.
Instead of
Oh,
bang,
my.
bang, bangity bang.
Okay, Talon.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
enough.
Time out.
Mhm.
Oh, boy,
Well-
boy.
Okay, Cat, you cannot shove the headset off my head. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Watch me.
Well, he keeps shoving with one paw on the back of the chair and the other paw's on my shoulder, and he keeps shoving my headset up on one side. Eventually, he will shove it up far enough that it goes off my ears.
Wow. Okay, someone went and looked it up. 'Cause I'm hearing the song. It's Marshall.
I hope I don't get a copyright strike over that.
Yeah,
Wow.
Talon, cut it out.
I do adore that show. There's something about it. I don't know.
I don't know. I guess.
Now you know
And
my
this has been
favorite-
Tornado and Noise Shadowcat.
There are two
Bazinga.
things I would consider my favorite part of that show. One
Colby's
is
Brothers?
just that there's this hyper caffeinated drink that some of the characters used to drink in college called Tantrum. And every time they decide to drink some, they go, tantrum, and throw something. Because it's, I guess, part of the ritual of drinking it. But another one, again, dealing with beverages, is there's this one character who wants to start brewing his own beer, and he decides to name it after himself. Unfortunately, his name is Randy Wampus. So he's offering them, do you want a nice tall glass of Wampus? And yeah, the sad part is apparently it's really good beer. It's just badly named.
Oh my! Oh my!
Randy Wumpus?
Wampus with an R. So when you drink his beer, you're drinking warm piss. Yeah, yeah. So
At first, I thought you said warm pits.
no, it's. I mean, it's
Warm
spelled like
piss. Ouch.
WHARMPUSS. Wampus.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I've probably asked this question before, and I'll put it out again. How much am I missing, really, for not having television access of any sort?
You are nobody.
I don't actually have cable. I haven't for a very long time, but I stream a lot of
Testing 1, 2.
so I miss out
Here,
at
we hear you,
first.
Granny.
Oh,
But
no,
then
I
I'll
was thought
find a few
never mind.
gems to watch that are usually pretty good. I've although there's a lot of crap out there too. I tried watching
God.
the first episode of CSI and couldn't do it. Like they didn't get me attached to any of the characters. I thought they were all really shallow. I think a
Yeah.
good show will introduce you to characters you want to keep watching, and CSI didn't manage it.
Okay.
Now, see, I like NCIS.
I mean, I've heard of it. I've never watched it.
Rule number 7.
Rule number 7?
Rule number 7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never leave home without a knife.
Yeah.
Okay. I've decided to because I haven't seen it since it was new. I decided to start rewatching ER, and I'm enjoying it.
I had a number 7 incident
Really?
last week. Yeah, I was wearing these earrings that had a really big hoop. Not the earring itself, but the latch,
Mm-hmm.
and it hooked into my clothing, and so my
Oh.
head was stuck to the side,
Oh goodness.
and
Yeah.
I could not untangle it. I could not undo it to take the earring out. I was just fucking stuck, and I was 30 miles from home. Whipped out the
Yeah.
knife, cut the
Great.
cloth, and I'm free.
Great Dane mentions that Neil Patrick Harris is phenomenal on How I Met Your Mother, and I agree, but there's something I want to know because I don't get it. Most of the best acted characters who are like these womanizing pricks are played by gay men. And I
Yeah.
think it's really odd. It's like the biggest sex hounds ever who are playing like they're playing straight characters. They're all played by gay men. It's bizarre to me.
Like
Yeah.
who?
Well, again, Barney Stinson on How I Met Your Mother.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know. Did you ever watch Frasier?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the sports commentator whose name I'm blanking on, I think it was Bulldog. Again,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
total womanizing rat bastard played by a gay guy.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
And
I
I'm
didn't
sure
know
there's
that.
others, but I'm blanking on them right now. It's still early and I haven't had breakfast, so but I know there's others, and it's just weird how well they can play that character.
Wow. Let's see.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. It's I guess it's a thing.
My dog
It's
is.
just a trend I noticed, like how most of the best movie score writers and conductors and whatever have names that start with J. John Williams, James Newton Howard, James Horner. There's others. John
John
Depp.
William.
This one, yeah, John Williams, and
Jimmy Crackhorn.
no. And I mean, seriously, there are a lot of movie score composers whose names start with J, and I think it's really odd that that is a thing.
Trevor Rabin.
Sure.
Okay.
But
Bernard
I mean,
Arnold.
obviously there's exceptions, but seriously, it's weird. Also, a lot of actors are left-handed.
Okay. We're talking about gay men, right?
Well,
Playing
I
straight
guess
characters,
that
right?
did come up, yeah.
yeah.
Martin Crane, played by
Oh,
John Mahoney.
But
He
he
is
was
gay.
not like a womanizer though. He
Excuse-
was not a dog. I mean, he played a really good straight character, but that's not what I'm talking about. Gay guys play straight characters all the time. I mean the ones who try to be players, the ones who sleep with as many women as possible. Those characters is what I was talking about, and that definitely does not describe Martin Crane in any way.
Gaston on Beauty and the Beast, definite womanizer.
Okay.
The animated Beauty and the Beast,
Played by
Luke Evans.
I know that name, but I don't know.
He also played Bard in Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
He played. Oh, what's another character he's played? Dracula Untold is a new one. He also played in Fast and the Furious 6.
Okay, but
he
were
also-
these like hound dog characters though?
Yeah. Oh, Gaston was definitely a hound
Oh,
dog.
sure. What about the others though?
No, that's just who he played.
Okay.
But he played Gaston. And he's lots of people. I didn't know the guy who played Sheldon Cooper is gay. Huh. That's interesting.
There is one line, the only line I remember at all from Disney's Beauty and the Beast is when he's singing that song about how awesome he is. And at one point he just goes, especially good at expectorating, and spits into like a spittoon or something. For some reason, that line stuck in my head. I don't know what it was.
Yes.
You guys haven't mentioned one movie I have seen.
Really?
Oh my.
Well, I mentioned a lot of TV shows rather than movies, but
Yeah.
still.
Yeah. I don't watch a lot of.
Carl, allowing you to be here. It's my pleasure that you're here. Jeez, thanks for coming by. Seriously. But yeah, if you need to take off because the painkillers are doing things to you, then that's a
Oh,
good thing. So
Oh,
enjoy,
well,
okay?
yeah, by all means, enjoy, Carl.
So
bye.
there is an experiment I've been very tempted to run, although I think it could be detrimental to my health.
Uh-huh.
You know how caffeine is an appetite suppressant, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you
So they
know
say.
how marijuana makes people hungry. Well,
Uh-huh.
I was tempted to do both and let them fight it out and see what it does to my appetite.
Okay, I have never noticed that caffeine is an appetite suppressant.
Oh,
Never did
like
anything for
medically
me.
speaking, it is. It is an
Really?
appetite suppressant, yes.
So why am I so damn fat?
Well, there's also usually caffeine is in things with lots of sugar is
Yeah,
probably why.
that would do it.
Yeah,
I
you're
try
Yeah.
not
to limit myself, but
you're
oh,
not
it's
drinking
also
straight coffee, right?
I can't
Mm.
drink coffee. The tannic acids in it give me nasty, nasty, nasty acid reflux.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, my drink of choice is Dr. Pepper.
It's so misunderstood.
Yes.
Yeah, really, because I get all kinds of problems when I mentioned that one of my favorite drinks is gin and Dr. Pepper.
I think Dr. Pepper tastes like cherry Coke.
Oh
Yeah,
Mm.
God,
yeah.
no,
I
totally
see
different.
what you mean, actually. I never thought of it until now, but I see what you mean.
It's
I don't like either of
similar,
them, but
Mm.
but not quite the same. There's more cherry flavor in the cherry cola. Ugh, I don't like cherry coke. Cherry coke is nasty.
I love
Have you tried
maraschino
the,
cherries.
what is it, like orange vanilla Coke flavor they came out with a little while ago?
No, I haven't tried that one.
It's one of those ones where it's like, I would drink this again, but I wouldn't seek it out. It's unremarkable. It's just different.
Well, now see, I like vanilla Coke.
Yeah.
But I like vanilla flavor. So
Oh, I love vanilla. It's probably my favorite confection flavor of
oh
all.
yeah.
But unfortunately, with something like vanilla Coke, I can barely taste it. In fact, I
Mhm.
think that vanilla is very, very underused. Like when
Mhm.
people advertise, here's a vanilla flavor and it's like a tiny hint of vanilla, I'm like, no, I want you to knock my socks off with vanilla. That's why,
Yeah.
and this is not just me speaking as a Vermonter, I always loved Ben and Jerry's World's Best Vanilla because they used enough
Yes.
vanilla.
Yes. World that and their chocolate chip cookie dough.
And I do not understand why vanilla flavored things are white when vanilla itself is
It's
pretty dark
brown.
brown. I don't get it.
Mhm.
But speaking of cookie dough flavor, there was actually, how people love to just eat raw cookie dough, but
Yeah.
of
Mhm.
course it's potentially bad for you because of the uncooked eggs. Well, a
Right.
product that recently came out is edible cookie dough.
Oh,
Like
I saw that just the other
it's
day.
basically cookie dough without the eggs in it, and you just get this little tiny cup of it, and you can just eat cookie dough.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. So what do
Yeah.
they use as a binder?
They don't because you're not cooking it.
Just there's the wet and dry of
Ingredients.
ingredients. You don't need the eggs to have that.
Okay, okay.
It's
Yeah,
brown
it's just
sugar, add some
like
water.
licking the bowl after mom's done making the cookies, except this time,
You're
it's
just eating
just
the
Safe.
whole damn bowl.
it's
Yeah.
well, but I mean but it comes in little like one serving containers, like one shot ice cream, basically.
Who
Yeah,
who
for like
remembers?
what, $2 or something like that. It's
Oh,
an incredible ripoff.
it's crazy expensive, and it's also like one of those little dishes is some crazy amount of calories too.
Yeah. How about freeze dried ice cream?
I remember that
Icky.
stuff, that
Oh,
little
bleh.
chip brick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting novelty, but you can't just
Yeah.
go and buy it because you love it. Although, I mean, I've never been in the military, but I've occasionally have had access to MREs,
Oh
and
yeah.
I hear
Uh-huh.
a lot of military people bitch about them. I actually like them quite a bit.
They have gotten better over the years.
Well, okay, but the last one I had was decades ago. Point
Yeah.
being though that it hits the high spots for my taste and flavors, I guess.
The cheese and
But
crackers.
you know, you hear military people bitch about them all the time. I'm like, I'll have yours.
Yeah, really. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them are pretty foul, though. Some of them are foul. It depends upon what you get.
I love that packet of basically like fake American nacho cheese, like the stuff you get in
Mhm.
mac and cheese and Kraft and stuff. I
Yeah.
love that. It is so
Kate,
Yes.
tasty.
Kate, may I interrupt for a moment?
No.
Hi, Sean Hubbard. No, it's okay or late. We've been waiting for you. Now we can get on with the show.
Yeah, really.
Sean's here.
Sean's here.
Yeah.
Hi, Sean.
Thank you for showing
Hi,
up.
Sean Hufford.
Yay! Sean is a big sweetie, really is.
If he got enough exercise and had a proper diet, he'd be a regular size sweetie.
There you go. We've got to talk, Sean, because I do want you on here. We were talking about that a couple weeks ago.
That main topic of today, the daylight saving time, and all that stuff, we haven't touched on.
Of course not. Did we ever talk about the topic of the show on my show? Come on, really.
Well, how much is there really to say about daylight savings time? I mean, I suppose we could get into the history of it or something. But
I would like them to split the difference
after we've decided to kvetch a little, what else is there to say?
Split the difference and have nothing.
My whole thing is daylight savings time, both the fall ahead, the fall behind, and the spring ahead were useful markers for me in school, strangely enough.
Okay. And there's one of the problems there, Tornado, that whole daylight savings time, it's not plural. Really, it's not.
Well, the thing is, like, I was raised in Vermont, and number one, when we would have the whole, time change thing, I remember going to school in the dark and coming home in the dark.
Oh, God,
yes. I remember doing that. But also, in Vermont, everything is plural. Like people or possessive. I don't know which it was, but daylight savings time, you'll definitely hear that in Vermont. People will go to shop at Walmarts.
Yeah.
Right? Or Kmart's. It's a thing. Like, I don't know if it happens other places. Maybe it's whole East Coast thing. But I mean, because I don't hear it much here or in Seattle. But definitely in Vermont, in parts of New England, everything is plural or possessive, all of it.
Around here, there is a grocery chain that originated in Germany that is called Aldi's by the locals. Okay. It's not Aldi's, it's Aldi.
It's Aldi.
Yeah.
ALDI. Aldi.
Uh-huh. And then
everybody...
Yeah, everybody wants to throw the S on the end of it. And then the other one that I grew up with, probably because I grew up around a whole bunch of stupid hunkies, the Eastern European types, Kmark.
Kmark?
Yeah. I grew
Kmark?
Yes. Wow.
I grew up with that one. And it was like, what are you doing? Just... look at the damn sign!
Well, here's one that totally knocks me out. Back in Vermont, in South Burlington, like the place to go for fast food that's not like a chain was Al's French Fries. But for some reason, fries is FRYS, is Al's French Fries. Okay. And I don't understand it. I don't know why.
By the way, do you know what Aldi translated into German is? Or Aldi from German to English, I should say?
Not offhand.
Aldi.
Okay. Makes sense.
Sure.
In its own way.
It's probably somebody, the grocery store.
Sorry, guys, if you can't hear me, then...
We actually can hear you a lot.
Very
You're
well.
very loud.
It's my computer. I decided to boot up Kerbal. My computer didn't like it.
Keep in mind that we can hear you very, very well.
Yeah,
You
I
are
think you're louder than anyone else in the entire
My
show.
Kerbal is crashing my
I'm not
entire
sure he
system.
can hear us, actually.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
You gonna go over and slap him, Mom Nado?
No, I just muted my mic and yelled, "Yes, we can hear you."
Ah,
We love you, sweetie. We really do.
It's crashing my.
I never could get into Kerbal Space
Oh,
Program. I tried, and I could not design anything that didn't basically explode on the launch pad, or
Okay, yeah.
it would launch, and then the next thing I know, it does a big old parabolic arc, and yeah.
looks like
I don't
so.
know if it's just I need to know more about physics or something,
No,
or
you
if
need to
it's just a
know.
really complicated game. I'm not sure, but I didn't enjoy the experience.
You need to know less
Oh,
about
he.
physics because that thing is hardly realistic.
Okay. Well,
Uh,
I just know that I was not able to have fun with it because it was not easily I don't know.
One of these
I
days, I've got to fool around with Orbiter and see if that, see how good that is. Um, but I just haven't got around to it. Like most things, I haven't got around to it. I like it, Sean. I really do.
all of your
Oh
tuits are
man.
quite angular, in fact.
itchy, itchy,
Yep.
itchy eyes. Oh, oh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
good. Oh, oh, oh.
I don't know. I recently got into Endless Space 2, which is a strangely addicting game. I don't know even what it is about it. Although I think one of the things is that it's very relaxing, which is weird with a game that's basically about conquering the galaxy. But I mean, number
Oh.
one, it's turn based. It's not real time, so you can really take your time. And the music is that sort of like sort of deep space music, and so you can just sort of sit there and relax while you're playing it. It's not an intense experience. I think that has a lot to do with why it's so addicting.
What is not cheap '70s porn soundtrack like my opening?
No, no, it's not that at all.
I've got to
It's
look for
very
another one.
We got something out of the side chat that's interesting. Robert
Yes,
X
I saw that.
has delineated Aldi for us. Albrecht discount. Discount in English, of course, um, which is the guy's name. Did you know that Aldi and I'm a Trader
Trader
Jake and
Joe's.
Yogurt.
They're
Jake is
brothers.
brothers.
Yep.
okay.
Okay, please tell me if I'm audible.
You're more than
You're
audible. You are very
quite
loud.
audible. Yes. Yes.
Sorry about being the loud guy here.
Yeah.
Well, you
As
could just
Sean
turn your
says.
mic's pickup down a little. That's all.
Yeah. One
This
number.
better?
Not really. It's about the same.
How about now?
A little
Same.
bit.
I got an
Wow.
idea. No, and it's a serious idea. Turn it all the way down, then work your way up.
This any better?
It's
No,
the
it's no
same.
different.
Okay, at this point you probably can't hear me.
We can
No,
can
we
hear
can hear
you.
you exactly the same.
Okay, there's got to be some.
That's odd.
Got to be some selector
there's-
you're bypassing somehow.
Clearly, something you're supposed to be adjusting that you're not doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to adjust the
I'll see if I can help him.
Okay, wow. Let me.
Excuse me, I'm gonna do this the hard way.
Isn't that the way you do most things?
Diana, why don't you talk Sean into coming in?
I was just about to.
Mother.
I'm like looking at my Steam library and I'm seeing all these games I own. I don't
I
remember.
really can't do
buying.
anything about it.
I
Sorry.
honestly don't remember getting any of these. I don't even know what some of them are. Were they something I bought and didn't realize? Did someone else buy them for me? I
There
don't
we go.
recognize half of these. It's just weird. I don't get it.
And.
I mean, don't get me
okay,
wrong.
there
I'm
we
glad
go.
I have more games than less, but what happened? Oh.
There we go. Okay, Sean dear, in case you feel like it, you want to come on, just check your DM and we'll see what we can do. How's that sound? Yay.
Come on in, Shawnee babes.
Sean is such a sweetie, he really is.
Wow.
Wait a
This
minute.
looks like a really cool game, and I don't remember anything about it.
What I'm hearing in the back, I'm hearing sort of like beep 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 beep, and what I'm thinking of is Run Silent, Run Deep with Burt Lancaster. You know, it's what is that, sir? I can't make that out. What is that, sir? I can't make that out.
Never seen it, but it sounds like it must be about submarines.
Yep.
Sorry, Mom and I were looking through my settings, and there's literally nothing I can do.
Well.
I have two options, on or off.
Well, here's a wacky idea. Move the microphone further from your face.
Yeah, that's a great idea right there. Yep.
I'm sure there's a setting. I'll have to look at it later.
What system are you on anyway? Is it Windows?
Windows 8.1.
Okay, there should be something where you go down to the little speaker icon.
We tried that.
Where it says recording devices.
He won't. We'll look at it later.
Later won't help, but okay.
Yeah. I would. I use Windows 7, so it's a lot easier to do it with mine. Mine's older.
Well, I mean, I'm on Windows 8.
Okay, I'm testing out the output. See if you guys can. Let's see what this does. How's this?
Exactly the same.
No,
seriously.
Okay, my digital output is now completely off.
Yeah, well, we can still hear you. Did you click? Are you sure you're adjusting the right input?
There's only one input I can balance for Realtek digital output.
Oh, don't do it like that. Okay, seriously. Go down to the speaker icon. It should be in the lower right of the screen.
I'm already there.
Right click, click recording devices. There should be a window pops up with sound at the top. There should be a tab that says recording.
Okay.
When you speak, there should be a little thing on the right-hand side of whatever device you're using that's popping up as green that shows your input levels.
Okay, thank you.
Whichever one is doing that, double-click it, and then click on levels, and then there should be something that says microphone, drop it down a couple.
Okay.
And ladies, gentlemen, and
okay,
everyone
now you're much quieter and we can barely hear you.
Yay!
Okay,
Ladies,
that's
gentlemen,
good.
and
How's
everyone
this
in
now?
between, would you kindly welcome the voice, Sean Hufford? How the heck are you?
Hello.
Technical service calling.
Are you
May I
making
help
stuff
you?
up?
I'm
A
not
little
making
loud,
stuff up.
Turn it down just a hair.
Hi, sweetie. How are you? Really?
You want me to turn my microphone down? Believe it or not, the gain is all the way down.
No, we're talking to Tornado.
Tornado is having volume problems.
No, Tornado's microphone has on and off. That's it. That's all he has.
It's great.
He has a dial. He has a dial that has 10 numbers on it, and every one of them says on.
He has two settings, off and dominate.
Yes. All right, Talon, try talking.
How's this?
Much better.
Actually,
Much
not
better.
bad.
Leave it right there. Leave it right there, sweetheart.
Remember that for movie night.
Oh no, he'll completely forget.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, speaking of, we've got
A changing of the guard thing. Am I
changing of the
invited?
guard on Friday, right?
Yes. Yes. All standard panel members are part of movie night. It's just they have to be active in the group. Right, Tornado? You're in that group.
I haven't said much. I know.
I know. We were actually getting kind of worried about you.
Well, that's a good thing. It's always good to worry about Clarion because she's
every second or third day. Just write hi. That's all you got to do.
There you go.
Yeah, see, I'm not part of movie night, so.
Yeah, I only know about movie night because Diana has mentioned it. I don't know anything else about it.
Well, you should come and watch it sometime.
I pop in to watch when Tornado gets really, really loud.
Well, someone's gonna have to tell me
got...
exactly how to find it. I don't know where movie night even is.
Well,
I'm still seeing a serious lack of certain Diana keeping up with that movie night group.
Yeah, I suppose I should do better than that because I am, one of. All right, I was one of the
Still are.
more notable
Okay.
voices there.
Still are.
Yeah. But how do you find this thing? Where is movie night held?
Do a YouTube search for Sci Strike. SCI
Now I
Strike.
know how to spell size strike, but what with the movie night? Is it his channel?
Yeah.
His channel is Sci Strike.
Okay, yes, but I mean, as I understand it, he's kind of on the dead side. Is someone managing his channel
Yes,
for
His daughter.
yes, one of his daughters.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Fine, I'll subscribe
excuse
to
me.
it. So when a movie night happens, I will know.
Yeah, an hour or so after it starts.
Yeah, pretty much the way
Hey,
YouTube works.
we are past now 103 minutes. I still have yet to get a notification from YouTube that this is even live.
Oh, beautiful! I love it.
I have not had YouTube inform me about live streams, even if I click notification bell. It doesn't seem to do it until when it's done and the video is now available to watch in its entirety. That's when I get the notification.
Yeah, the whole bell is,
Oh.
yes, we'll notify you of all things if we feel like it.
Yeah. Okay, so there is
Well, I mean,
some
if
rhyme
someone
to
just-
the reason.
Well, I mean, if someone uploads a video and it's not a stream, it'll tell you right the heck away. It's just that it doesn't notify you of a stream starting.
Great.
Well,
Usually
used
a
to.
stream start notification. Usually a stream start notification on a delay is usually between 50 and 30 minutes. That's why I'm kind of making fun of the whole 103 minutes ago this started and I still haven't been
John?
notified.
Mm-hmm.
Did you enable notifications in Firefox?
Who the heck uses Firefox?
The person that can't control the volume of their mic.
Well, you should be using Chrome like a normal person.
I have to
I
use
would,
Chrome
but
because
Chrome
it's-
has decided it would completely just crash my system if it had its way with me.
Well,
Oh, Well, I guess it's the problem is with your system there, pal.
Yeah, Chrome is very invasive. You never uninstall it because even if you reinstall it, you're still going to have issues.
I've never had issues with Chrome.
Yeah, I had to use Chrome because I was using the Google Hangout, and now I'm using the enterprise version, if you will, the Google Meet, and it just won't run under anything else. So here I am, kids.
Cyberspace, the final frontier.
Yes. These are the attempts to get Windows working. Actually,
Oh, and by the way, I encountered a flat earther that decided to make stuff up.
Oh God.
Okay, that's
We are
everyone.
not
But
talking
okay,
about-
go ahead.
We're not talking. Oh, please, God, no! I don't want to hear about flat earthers again. Not today.
They decided that they wanted to call the math that I used a lie because the measurements were lies, but never decided to actually confront the math I made and answer it on its own merits. They just decided to discredit it by calling the people who measured stuff liars. And I
Besides,
tried.
what's really a lie is the cake. The cake is a lie.
The cake is a lie. Yes.
And I tried to get them repeatedly to talk about my math on its own merits, not about the whole, oh, other people are liars thing. And they decided to deliberately, and I'm saying this very deliberately, they decided to deliberately strawman E equals MC squared by making it M equals MC squared. Married cousin twice is what they put down.
Oh, good lord! And just to correct things, obviously you don't know the lore behind that. The cake wasn't a lie. You just weren't going to get it. It's stuck in a basement somewhere.
Yeah, we know, but still.
Technically, the cake isn't a lie. It's the goal of getting the cake is the lie.
Well, yes, your promise of cake access is a lie.
Yes.
That is what the expression was supposed to mean when they said the cake is a lie, is that you're not going to get any. Not from Gladys, anyway.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Except
Yeah.
you basically strong arm her into giving you the cake.
She never gives you the cake, ever.
Nope.
Well, Robert
In fact, Cheryl never gets anywhere near the cake. It's just an Easter egg at the end of the credits.
Yeah, not unless you're talking about a cake of C4.
Ooh. Can I play?
You're the first mom I've ever heard Ever heard C4 come out of her mouth? What have you done to your mother, Tornado?
Oh hell, who do you think taught him all?
Robert X, you've got a point there. There is no way to convince a flurfer. Definitely.
Nope.
Mm.
I've told them they're all trolls. They're doing it because they think it's funny, and if they really believe it, then they are an oxymoron.
Oh
Well, wasn't
no,
there
they're doing
supposed to
it
be some
because
sort of expedition that someone was organizing where he said, we are going to sail a boat to the edge of the world and take pictures looking over it or something.
Oh,
And
who
so
the
the
heck
whole
was
idea
that?
was
Yeah.
they were going to sail south until they hit some sort of ice rim. And then, yeah.
Fall off.
Well, no, I
Please.
mean, that's the thing is I got the impression from at least some flat earthers, and there does not seem to be any conformity into what they think the earth really is
Yeah.
that the oceans are kept on the earth because the South Pole is like a giant ice wall.
Yeah.
That's how they keep everything from spilling off of it. So even if they sailed all the way to the South Pole, they'd still have to climb up that ice wall to look over the edge.
Mm-hmm. What idiots.
Yeah. Although it's funny, I've been arguing with this one guy from 1 Minute Apologist for like more than a month. And I actually tried to use the fact that people believe in a flat earth to explain to him that like ideas and theories change over time, that the predominant theory isn't always right. And this was something he didn't seem to get. I was like, look, people used to think that the earth was flat. That was the predominant paradigm of how we look at the earth. And then people figured out that's wrong and they changed it, just the way people might realize that they're wrong about God being the instigator of the universe and all this stuff. And he didn't seem to be able to make that logical chain. He didn't seem able to see that sometimes people are wrong and have to revise their position. And for some reason, he didn't think science worked that way, despite being an advocate of a lot of science, except for, like God creating the earth because, infinite regress and all that shit. But yeah, he could not accept that sometimes we're wrong and we admit it and revise.
it gets even better because these guys will basically say, "You're brainwashed by the conspiracy."
Nah, he didn't go there. He just had these conceptual problems. Like I kept trying to explain to him the way you think science works isn't quite the way science works, and he couldn't grasp it because he thought that he was Captain Ivory Tower Academia sitting in an armchair sipping port mortarboard man.
It gets better because some of these guys
he could not step out of this bubble of academia and understand what people were saying when it wasn't in a very specific format,
He's one of these people who can understand a college laureate but can't understand common man.
Well, and every time I would explain to him, basically I was like, you're not going to prove to me that God exists using pure argument, using pure logic. It won't work because I could lay out a logical proof that like proposition 1, dolphins swim, therefore clouds are full of candy. Proposition 2, dolphins swim, conclusion, clouds are full of candy. And I was like, that is a purely logical set of propositions that are completely true within themselves. But as soon as you get evidence, you realize it's complete bullcrap. And for some reason, that was not registering in his head how you could logic something properly, but you could not actually prove anything about the real world without what I was calling boots on the ground, get your hands dirty evidence. And he kept, like, every one of his arguments for God's existence was an attempt to hopscotch over the lab work part of proving something exists.
Yeah,
and he kept these whole things about what existence meant. He was like, well, the laws of logic exist. These various concepts exist. Therefore, it's the same thing as finding a discrete entity out there.
It's not.
And I was like, dude, that is such bullshit. But he could not step out of his bubble to see why that was wrong.
And
it gets worse for me
I can't think
because
of the two terms. One of them is validity, and another I forget. You have, the argument is phrased correctly as far as the logic is concerned. The other one is the premises are true, and I forget which terms are in use here. But yeah, it is possible to have one without the other.
Yeah, and that was something I could not get him to understand. Every time I would bring up that analogy of, dolphins swim, therefore clouds are full of candy, he would go, "Oh, don't lay that crap on me." And I was like, "Dude, I'm trying to make a point with, I guess you could say it's a slightly hyperbolic argument. I don't know. But the point is that I was trying to show him how logic can prove anything as long as you don't need evidence for it. And
Right,
it
yeah.
just ting right off of his head armor. I don't know.
And I think that's
Oh,
what it is.
I actually,
yeah,
that's kind of reminds me of all the flat earthers who say, prove gravity. Gravity is a theory. It's never been proven.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
People who don't understand the difference between theory and hypothesis need to be slapped.
Yes.
well, the people
No,
who
what
don't
it is
understand the
that
different. What?
they just don't understand that there's actual different definitions between colloquial and scientific.
There you
definitions.
go. Yeah, the usage of theory, that is the one we used in the department that the scientists use, and then the one that's just total speculation. Those two, yeah. And I wish people would just quit using the word theory when they mean speculation, but I guess speculation has too many syllables or something. I don't know.
Well, I always make a point of using hypothesis in place of the colloquial definition of theory every time. It's become habit, because otherwise people are going to use your phrasing against you.
Yes.
and
Can we just
hang the actual meaning. Who gives a crap?
Right.
can we just start saying hypopha theory?
Hypotheorem?
Yeah, there you go.
Of course, if it's about the animal world, it's a hypothesis is what it is.
Okay, then.
Hypothesis.
Yes.
Yeah. Although, actually, one thing that broke my brain for the longest time was like, you know what a hippogriff is, right? Where it's got like the body of a horse and all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Body of a horse, head of an
The
eagle.
fact that hippo had anything to do with horse broke my brain for the longest time. I was like, but it's not a hippo. And it's one of those weird little quirks of languages.
What about
Well,
the
actually,
hippocampus?
I mean, hippo means water horse, doesn't it?
river
Yes.
horse.
Okay.
But close enough.
Oh,
yeah.
speaking of which, I was at an aquarium while my dad was here, and one of the weirdest things I've ever seen is a seahorse giving birth.
Oh, isn't it great?
Yes, and that's a male.
Oh, well, that too, but I mean, it's like baby seahorse projectiles.
Yeah, it's just
You
a
know,
cloud of them.
It's like the stomach contracts and kapow! Out come like 5 baby seahorses. It's crazy pants.
So basically, if you want to gross someone out with a seahorse, get one that's about to give birth, make a cocking sound, and aim the seahorse's butt at the person.
First of all, it comes
That's
out
the
of the
other way
stomach.
around, yeah.
Second of all, it's not gross. It's just weird looking.
Yeah.
It's not there's not a lot of fluids. It's just
No guts. No
Poof!
fluid.
And out comes
No
like baby seahorses.
It's just shooting seahorses out of its belly button is what it looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
always thought it was neat.
If I had the rig to do it, I would consider keeping seahorses, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Well, marine aquaria are not the easiest thing to do. Period. And I haven't got the time. I haven't got the skill. I haven't got the money, which is
Right.
one thing you need a lot of.
knowing
Well,
you're like your
a
cats
bunch
would
of
try to
months
eat them.
ago, I was at SeaWorld with my dad, and there was an orca tank. And I, basically, the sunlight was shining into the tank, but we are below that with like a roof over our heads and just these big picture windows, and the orcas were just circling around, and it felt so relaxing. I just wanted like a recliner or something to sack out with a book. And so what I'm thinking is one of these days when I get super, super rich, because obviously that's going to happen someday, is rather than get an actual tank, because that would be a lot of work to maintain a tank, what I'll do is I'll get a bunch of really huge plasma screen TVs and set them up on a big wall, and either like design my own animation of things going around like that, or have someone design like a like a computer animated version that will randomly do whatever, and just have that to relax to. You
Okay.
know, I
I've
think that'll be awesome.
I've thought of the idea. It would be kind of difficult to implement, but if you could have a veranda or something like that underwater in one of these tanks, where you just sit and you sip your sherry and you're in that sort of enclosure under the water, and you're watching all the fiddies and the sharks and everything else swimming around you. That might not be a bad thing. I wonder if you could make a buck or two out of people coming and sitting at the underwater bar. I don't know.
Kate, what I've ever always wanted to do is similar to your idea of the flat panels instead of an actual aquarium with fish. Except I always wanted to have like animated cows and foxes and raccoons and stuff swimming around in the water instead of fish. Is that weird?
A little.
Yeah.
But one thing I was thinking of was having like a variable program, so you could choose between scenes. I mean, like in the background of some of my videos, I have that one with the monorails going by, and it's all futuristic. Could create something like that as well, and all sorts of other possible scenes to just like have in the relaxation room.
The
Mine's
scene
unicorns and
the scene behind you
Pegasi.
this morning wasn't too bad. With the is that a Lotus that you have driving on that scene behind you?
No, it's. I mean, a lot of people think it's a DeLorean. It's not. Although I did sort of model it after one. But it's my own design.
Oh, okay.
What, your racing chair?
No, no. The background of one of my videos is a very sort of Tron-esque 80s grid style landscape with a car driving on it behind me, and like billboards, futuristic looking billboards that say Bionic Dance on them
Yep,
going
I
by.
love that.
and
I
that's-
love that touch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why not have my name out there?
Why not? Absolutely. And the subject matter wasn't all that bad either, really.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, like I said in the video, I love questions for atheist videos.
Yeah.
There's something fun about answering those.
Yeah.
And this kid had 36 of them just rapid fire in 3 minutes, and I figured I can respond in rapid fire as well. And as
Damn
much
good
as my
job of it.
answers to what he said were the big print, easy reader version of an actual response, there were a couple of things that he said that I thought really needed a response. Like when people say, "Where does morality come from?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, imagine something that you think is moral or immoral that's not covered by your holy book. And imagine where it comes from, that you feel like that about that particular issue. Well, that's where I get my morality too.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, I certainly hope you do not mind, is I am going to grab the linkage. Let's see, where copy link location. There we are, and let's throw this at the people at home. Get a little exposure here, and guys, have a look and see what Kate is doing today. And,
Although I have to admit, I've gotten really bored with YouTube lately. My passion is not as high as it used to be, because there's nothing new to respond to out there.
yeah,
And
you have that
like
point.
every time I look at a video, I'm just like, I have covered this so many times for more than a decade, and I just feel like I'm spinning my wheels. And I've got this animation that I'm working on that I think is going to be pretty awesome, and my passion is all going there now, and I'm really only doing YouTube to pay the bills. But I'm trying to keep what I'm doing interesting, if I can, and it's hard. It really is.
Yeah.
Kate, another way to look at it is that maybe you've done this topic before, but there's always a new generation of kids that are coming along who haven't seen that.
Oh, that's why I'm still doing this for 10 years or more. I mean, because there are people out there who, like, oh gosh, what was his name? Mr. Repzion or Repzion or however the frick you pronounce it, who, like, he started out as a kind of religious channel. And then slowly over time, he became an atheist. And like when he stopped making atheism related videos, I asked him why. And he said, because I just needed catharsis. I needed to get this out and tell my story. And now I have, and now I'm done. And I was like, wow, because I've been doing this largely as activism rather than just something personal for me. And that's why I kept doing it for 10 years, was to keep people informed. But after a while, you can get tired, like really tired.
Well, I've been in the flat earth thing for almost 5 years now, and I've already hit that plateau where I can't do anything new unless I'm covering stuff I've already covered or other people have already covered in a better way than I could have. So
Yeah.
I'm in that already.
Well, Jeff and I talked about this more than once. Well, we talked about a lot of things, and I missed that. But we talked about when that point where what you love becomes a job, and you still go through it because you do love it. Although while you're doing it, you're saying, God, I would rather be doing something else. But no, wait a minute, I love this shit. That's why I'm doing it. And
But I'm so tired.
yeah. I mean,
Well, it's
believe it or
not that. It's not that with me. It's just somebody makes a claim, I can say, okay, well, here's my link to my video. I've already debunked that 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't make
It's
a new
like
video
Aaron Ra
on the
versus
same topic.
Kent Hovind, where Aaron Ra refuses to correct his errors. Or, I mean, Kent Hovind, not Aaron Ra. I was thinking of Kent Hovind. My brain was going...
Jen with one N, in case you feel like coming on in, I threw you a link again. And, it's up to you.
One thing I'm kind of dealing with right now on my animated stuff is clothing is really hard to simulate. And I've got a guy who's wearing what's basically sort of a trench coat meets cloak. And some of the seams, because they have a garment maker program where you can create shapes like a sewing pattern, and then the program will automatically sew them together around a figure model. And there are certain seams that will not seal up, and it is such a pain in the ass. So that's one thing that's frustrating me right now.
Okay, then. I take it it's a fault of the, what is it you're using, a 3D...
3ds Max, yeah. But, well, I mean, the thing is that it does things in some really weird, persnickety ways. And it also doesn't help that the developers decided to name certain functions in the most counterintuitive ways possible, where it's like, how could I ever have suspected that what I'm trying to do would be named that? Or that thing that was named a certain way, no part of me would ever have thought that that's how, like, that was the thing I needed to click on. No part of me ever would have thought that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just bizarre. But right now, I'm just trying to get this garment to close up, and it won't do it, and it is so frustrating.
Well, I don't know. If you put the seam in the appropriate place, you could actually make use of it, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, but the problem is that if I were to do what I need to do to seal this thing up, I would lose all of the seam data. And so things would move in unnatural ways that are unwelcome to me now. So it's very frustrating.
I wonder if flashers ever have this problem.
I doubt it.
Oh,
I
you missed it yesterday,
sincerely
Diana.
doubt it.
Yes, dear. What?
During the last part of Fight the Flat Earth's live stream where he had Joey Rocha on there, Joey Rocha kept on standing up because he was getting pissed because he couldn't talk. So he would stand up, lift up his shirt, and show off his 19 abs. Somehow he figures he got 19 abs. I'm not sure how that works out.
Okay.
But he lifted his shirt up to his neck. And the second time he did it, I actually asked him, I was like, well, Joey, if you're so willing to go onto somebody else's channel and flash the audience, how about you start the live stream and I go over to your channel and I do what you just did to him?
Did he have a response?
He actually offered to do it because he doesn't know who I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what Sean is talking about, Sean, I need you come on the show and we'll spend the entire show, as you had suggested.
Diana, just do me a favor.
Yes,
go to your Twitter and actually show that last picture I sent you where Team Skeptic wouldn't let me go on camera.
Okay, we can do that. We can do that.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mom, you have to understand,
those that
Sean
don't know.
Hufford, when I saw some of his pictures, I was confused. It's
For
like,
those
we
that don't
know,
know,
we know.
Sean Hufford.
I
For those that don't
don't.
know,
What the hell are
Team-
we talking about?
Don't
Team
give it
Skeptic-
away. Don't give it
Team
away.
Skeptic did a mankini reveal because that's been one of his emojis by popular demand for a long time. So he actually went on his show dressed in a mankini.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I offered to be supportive of that, and he wouldn't let me go on camera.
The red one, right?
Okay.
No, the one after that. The
Just
one
wait.
after-
Oh, the one
hang
after.
on, Kate.
Oh, okay. I wondered if you wanted your face out there or not. Okay.
Oh, my face is out there plenty.
Okay, fine. No problem.
Be patient, Kate. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Patience is overrated. It's a minor form of despair disguised as a virtue.
Yeah, this would have if Joey Rocha would have seen this picture, he would not have said to go ahead and go onto his channel.
Oh, shit. Okay. Where's downloads? There we are, and there we are. Okay, so I'll put that in a frame. And now what we're going to do is get that other browser up here. There we are. And this-
Browser or brassiere?
Oh, yeah.
Ba-dum-bum.
Okay, here we go. We're going to present a window. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, why I would like Sean to come on the program. Well, Sean even asked, I thought he would ask me on by now, but to talk about living with this sort of thing. It's
Team Skeptic wouldn't let me go on camera with that.
Okay. Now I have a few
Looking-
questions.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at.
Yeah, I definitely have a few questions
Oh
now.
my goodness!
oh yeah,
Hi, guys.
Wow.
Yeah,
Um,
Sean.
and that's not intentional,
yeah.
by the way.
Okay. So explain.
Okay, Kate. Simply put, that's 6 years of bilateral gynecomastia.
Okay.
okay. I actually know what that is.
It sounds really familiar, but
It
Yeah,
basically
it's-
means that he has enlarged pectoral muscles.
Nope.
No,
Wrong.
No.
No.
no,
Gynecomastia.
I'm looking at it now on
No, Mom.
Google, and it says gynecomastia is an enlargement or swelling of breast tissue in males.
Yeah.
It is most commonly
Yes.
caused by male estrogen levels that are too high
Right.
or are out of balance with testosterone levels.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not producing alpha 5 reductase, which means I'm not converting testosterone to DHT. So instead, it's converting to estrogen.
Mm.
Right.
And with a 0 DHT count, there's nothing preventing mammary development. And since there's estrogen, mammaries are encouraged to grow. So
Mhm.
not pectoral muscles, straight out boob tissue.
Well, I was
You were close, but
well, no, I
in
was
the
trying
same
to
geographic area. Let's put it that way.
Well, I was trying to be PC. I didn't want to say he was growing breasts.
Oh no, they're full on. I have no
Okay.
disparagements.
Well,
People
some people are a little touchy when you say they have enlarged breast tissue on their chest and they're a man.
A little touchy.
Yes, a little touchy.
Yeah, the way to put this is that Sean has the rack I wish I had.
That's still smaller than me.
Yeah, putting together a little bit of cleavage when you're my size is annoyingly difficult.
I would trade you if I could.
Well, I have to admit, I've seen some rather well-endowed women trying to exercise, and jogging looks like it hurts.
I don't jog.
I will concur with that. It does. I don't run anymore.
I have not run since I was in high school, and I was a 38 double D. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I got pregnant and had Talon, and I went up to a 40I. So no, I don't run.
This is the interesting thing. Hey, there she is. Hi, Jen. Hello.
Hi, Jen.
As you can see, the topic has changed a little bit from the advertised.
When do we ever stay on topic?
Well, careful, Diana. Careful, Diana. You don't want to ruin your chance to do a whole show on it. If you take out all the details and stuff now.
I know. It's
okay.
When Jen was coming in, or she thought we were going to be bitching about the time change, and this is just to let her know. No, it's changed a little bit, but what the hell. Oh man, where the heck was I going with this? I don't even remember. How you doing, Jen?
What is that music?
I'm doing okay. I'm back on,
since
Google.
Oh, that's my video.
So you're saying that you're watching stuff when you're supposed to be talking to us?
Oh, he multitasks like that all the time.
Okay, it sounded a little bit like Pink Floyd there, but...
Oh, my first thought was video games. It sounds video gamey.
Oh, I do that all the time, too.
He's got 3 or 4 different videos that play all at once. I don't see how he does it.
How do you keep track?
No clue. This is why his system's always slow.
Well, in the heat of the football season, somebody sometimes on his laptop and on his phone. And
no, he just has the one computer.
Okay, you're about 5 by 3.
So who's the other Jen?
Okay. The one with the one N.
I know Jen Morgan,
Jen
but who's the other?
She is a wonderful YouTube creator. I forget, Jen, because I have to admit that I haven't looked lately. How far through the alphabet are you?
What on earth are you talking about?
She was making an alphabet-themed set of videos, like A is for atheist, B is for Bible. I may be using the correct things, I may not.
Well, if you get to T, say T is for tornado pelt.
There you go.
Wasn't there something that Charles Adams had done along those lines where it's like, really morbid? A is for, I don't know, asphyxiation, and that's how she died. B is for, I don't know. I swear there was a Charles Adams thing like that.
There might well have been.
Douglas Adams.
No, Charles. We're
yes,
talking
as in the Adams family.
Oh,
wait a minute. It might have been Edward Gorey.
Oh, okay.
Tornado forgets that the world existed before he was born.
Yes.
Exactly. He forgets that he's not.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we
forgets
go.
that he's
A
apple
is
of
for,
everybody's eye.
I found it. There is A is for Amy, who fell down the stairs. B is for Basil, assaulted by bears. C is for Clara, who wasted away. D is for Desmond, thrown out of a sleigh. Yeah, it's all this really creepy crap.
Morbidly.
That almost
Yeah.
sounds like Shel Silverstein, but in a rather morbid sort of way.
Yeah. Although I could have sworn that it was Charles Adams. Oh well.
I think I'll stick with.
And then J is for
He is for eggs that you can throw up in the air and they will be caught by a genie. Go ahead, kids, try it.
Oh my god.
My parents used to tell stories about some dude called Soupy Sales who would get kids to
Oh my word!
I haven't heard about Soupy in years.
Yeah, no, I've never even seen him in any way. I've just had stories from my parents about, like, okay, kids, now go into your mom's purse and send me all the money or some shit. I don't know exactly what he did, but
Not that long ago, I was actually watching a YouTube video of an old Mike Douglas show. Well, they're all old, let's face it. But Soupy Sales and Mo Howard were on the same stage at the same time.
Wow.
I'm a little confused. You said this was Michael Douglas?
No, Mike Douglas. There's a difference.
Don't know him.
It was a...
Wait, are we talking the same Mo Howard from the Three Stooges?
Certainly are.
Yes.
This Mike Douglas was an early daytime variety show, sort of like cross between Oprah and Letterman, toned down a whole shitload with a bunch of guests that did their song and dance shit and everything else. And
it was one of the early afternoon talk shows.
Yeah. If memory serves, I'm gonna look it up. I think he was from my neighborhood.
Who, Mike Douglas? He was Philadelphia.
Oh, I thought there was Murph Griffin in Philadelphia. Okay. Or were they both out of Philadelphia? Okay, hang on. The Mike Douglas
I thought it was
show.
Philadelphia.
Here we go.
Soupy Sales.
The Mike Douglas Show on Wikipedia. The Mike Douglas Show was an American daytime television talk show that was hosted by Mike Douglas, obviously. Initially, it aired only in Cleveland during much of its first 2 years, followed by an expansion to Philadelphia and nationwide.
Mm.
So, yeah, he started out in my neighborhood.
So we can blame him for Jerry Springer then, can't we?
Pretty much.
Hmm.
Oh, I've heard of Jerry Springer.
Soupy.
And now that song's in my head. Thank you so much.
I'm
Soupy
trying to...
Sales.
Mike Douglas, when he was starting in Cleveland, trying to remember if I have the dates right, that might have been on KYW when it was still a Cleveland station. There was a time that, K existed east of the Mississippi. Well, still does, come to think of it, because we've got KDKA.
Yeah, if you want to know about Soupy Sales, look up the Soupy Sales show. He was a comedian.
But didn't he always encourage children to do horrible things?
Yeah, yes and no. He would. He played this idiotic person. He really did. He was great. He was hysterically funny. His two influences were the Marx Brothers and Harold Ritz.
See, I never found him very funny at all.
Do I remember that he used to take quite a few pies to the face?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
He also did What's My Line from 1950 to 1975. Lunch with Soupy Sales, the Soupy Sales show, the new Soupy Sales show. Yeah. So
he died only 10 years ago.
Yeah. He died in 2009.
And why
It's
don't I
always
know
kind of
about this
funny to
guy?
me when
Oh,
you
right,
find
because he
out
died in
about like
2009.
a star who you thought was long dead, who it turns out is still alive. They
Oh
just
yeah.
don't do anything anymore.
Really? Like
Yeah.
who?
I'm trying to remember now. There were a couple of them. Like every now and then, I go to IMDb to look someone up, and actually, I'm more surprised by the ones who die young. Apparently, cancer hits Hollywood stars a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
but no, I mean, every now and then, I'll discover someone where I'm like, "Holy crap! How are you still around?" I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised that Mel Brooks is still alive.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. He's got to be, what, 109 by now?
Actually, I think he's 92, but yeah.
Yeah.
Mel
No,
Brooks.
people that died from cancer. One of my favorites, Alan Rickman.
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
that was not
Um,
okay when that happened.
no, and then 3 days before him, of course, was David Bowie.
Hmm.
He died. He died of liver cancer, I think it was, and Alan Rickman died of pancreatic cancer.
You know, I never had any kind of real attachment to David Bowie. The first time I ever learned he even existed was when Labyrinth came out.
Yes.
And
Yes.
You kid.
Jen is back. Hi, Jen.
And
Hi,
so
Jen.
I expected him off camera to still have the Tina Turner hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for those of us who were Bowie fans in the '70s, a lot of the attraction was the gender bender thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
He was like a hero for us who were still in the closet.
Wait, that's how David Bowie swung?
It was just an act that he did for a number
No,
of
it was
years.
an act. Oh, which one was it? The spaceman one? Or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Major Tom, right?
Yeah.
No.
No, there's one that's actually called Spaceman.
Yeah.
Spiders from Mars was that it?
Mm-hmm.
But not Killer Clowns.
I've not actually really listened to those, but I've looked at some of the photo shoots from it.
Yeah, Tornado. That was just kind of a whole movement in rock and roll at the time. It was glam rock. It was called, and a lot of artists did slightly gender bender kind of things. David Bowie was one of the more outrageous, and Boy George was about the last.
I remember seeing something that featured David Bowie back in, I think, 89 or so, and I surprised the shit out of myself. I'm looking at this and, damn, he's kind of cute.
Uh-huh.
And he did a duet with Bing Crosby.
I still remember when.
Oh, I remember that one. The Peace on Earth one. The Christmas one.
Yeah.
Kate, what was that?
Man, I need to have that on my computer.
You were saying, Kate?
Twisted Sister.
Uh-huh.
I remember when Twisted Sister was still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, you ever see the movie Flight of the Navigator?
Yes.
Because you get the kid who was abducted by aliens in 1978 and then dropped down in back in like 1986 or something. And so like this one character is talking to him, and she's like, I went to a concert, and he goes, oh, who'd you see? She goes, Twisted Sister, and he goes, I've never heard of her. And she goes, it's a him. Well, actually, it's a them. And the kid looks so confused.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, man. Mm.
Meanwhile, Jen is all quiet in the background over there.
I like giving evangelical people Twisted Sisters Christmas carols album.
You can't unmute?
Can't unmute?
Just tap the screen. If you're on a tablet, tap the screen. It should pull up the mute button, the hang up button, and the video button. You should be able to just unmute it on your own.
Okay. I gotta go get Breathfix, so I'll talk to you evil geniuses
Breathfix?
later. Yeah, Breathfix.
Das vidania.
Sayonara.
Well, you take care. Great having you here, Kate, as always.
Berkey Buckles.
God, she is amazing.
I figured it out.
Yay!
There we go. Yay!
Oh my
Bye,
gosh.
Kate.
How the heck?
Hi, Jen.
I'm just curious. How the heck is it that you managed to sleep? Did you run yourself out of steam yesterday, or?
What was that?
I do not know, but it sounded like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. He's barking at something. Probably a cat.
For a minute, I thought Tornado was getting frisky.
Hey!
Tornado, sit. Lay down. Speak.
No, that's when I call Shadow over, and I start scratching his back, and he starts to growl.
Oh, see, Tornado's mic thing was moving, so I thought it was him.
Oh my.
Yeah, no, Shadow is laying in the hallway, taking up 3/4 of the space.
Oh my gosh, big dog?
German Shepherd Labrador mix. He's 85 pounds.
Yeah.
You could say he's big.
Shadow is a fur missile.
The growl you heard came from my 8-pound Maltese.
Come here. Okay, come here. Yes, get up, buddy.
That dog
Come
is
here.
a fur missile. I should know. I've been on the wrong side of his teeth.
Huh?
before.
Come here.
Oh my.
No, you gotta.
Sounds like a
Sounds like a bear.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's reacting to me scratching the base of his tail. He likes it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we have sand fleas here in Florida, and they tend to sit at the base of a dog's tail where they can't reach, and they'll chew and chew and chew and chew. So he developed a spot on his tail, even when he doesn't have sand fleas, that he likes to have scratched. Yes? Now he's going to be like, Mom, keep doing it. Yeah? No, Mom's all done. Go get your toy. Go get your toy. Go get your toy.
So how's everyone's day been?
This is it. I got up, made breakfast, and Diana said, "Get in here."
There you are.
Oh, there we are. Yes. No barking.
Hey now, none of that. Yeah, eat up.
That's
He sounds like he's gonna rip an arm off, doesn't he?
But that talk about him sounding like a bear, just for some stupid reason, reminded me of Dennis Weaver and Clint Howard.
Gentle Ben.
Yes.
Yes.
I actually remember that damn show.
Yeah. I always thought the guy was crazy.
Oh,
Who?
the character played by Weaver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one who was getting up close with the grizzly bears, and it's like, what? Are you crazy?
I remember watching Gentle Ben on what I want to say it's ABC when they had like the Friday night Disney features.
Mm-hmm.
Back like when Disney Channel first became a thing in the 80s. And they had like a featured movie on like CBS or something, and they would show like a family movie. And I remember watching it with my dad. It's crazy. That and like Old Yeller and Ben-Hur and like all the all the classic ones.
Oh, Laurence Olivier in Lawrence of Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, yeah. That or we used to love Masterpiece Theater with Shelley Duvall.
Wow.
What I miss on TV is the three networks always used to have, each one of them had their own uh, Thursday night at the movies or Friday night at the movies, and they would just play a recently current run movie, and you could actually see a movie at home. Now
Yeah.
you have to be spending big bucks on HBO or something like that to see a movie on
Man,
TV.
oh yeah, talk about the television movies. I remember, oh Jesus, when they were done with Kinescope, and you at either the beginning or the end or whatever. This has been mechanically reproduced. It's like, okay.
This is CNN.
My voice is CGI.
You know what we've got to do, Sean? One of these days, we've got to have a voice tool. Both of us.
One of these
camera.
days, Sean, you have to do the "This is CNN" quote.
I don't know it by heart, else I'd do it right now.
Now, see, the only thing you could match my voice to would be a squeaky toy.
Do you guys remember back in the day, like at 1 a.m. when like the channels would shut off and they would
Yes.
They would play the pledge, the national anthem or something,
Yep.
and then it would just go, or you get the screen with like the rainbow, the touch screen.
Yes.
If you're too young to remember that, I can't be your friend.
I do remember that. Yes. God, my birthday's in 4 months. I'll be 49.
I remember 49.
Yeah.
I have the perfect.
My birthday's in what? 8 months? 7?
Oh Lord. 8.5, Talon. No. Something
Yeah,
like
it would
that.
be
8.5.
This year for me is my age is the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
42.
Yeah.
Oh my youngster.
Jeez, you're young enough to be my daughter.
Making me feel old, you know that.
Well, now wait a second. Talon is Tornado is my son. So yeah.
That's right. I'm my mother's son.
That is an oxymoron, child.
My son is a senior in high school. He's my baby.
Yeah. Well, this is the only one I've got, so.
What? Saying I am my mother's son?
Well, yeah.
How is that an oxymoron? That's a factual statement.
Well, there is an idiomatic usage to that.
Yeah. Generally, when people say, I am my mother's whatever, they're meaning that you developed a lot of your personality from being the child of your mother.
Yeah, chip off the old block, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Or
They don't.
Was it der Apfel fällt nicht weit vom Baum? That's it. The apple.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Apple
Doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jawohl.
Yeah.
Or the itch is never far away from her.
What the heck?
What the hell was that?
Jeez, Jen.
That wasn't Jen. That was Tornado.
Was that their? Holy shit!
Yeah, that was him yawning because he didn't go to sleep yet.
Yeah, I did.
Well, apparently you're really tired.
I kind of want to go on a walk.
When tornadoes walk on trailer parks,
Okay, what I have in my mind here, and I know I'm a very sick character, is a 7-foot diameter hammered cooking vessel, and then we have Mom NATO there with the spatula just flipping tornado. Dinner. Hey, you, quit that, will you? Yeah, you. Sylvia.
Did Sean say something about trailer parks?
Sylvia's after
Yes.
the house plant again.
No, we don't live in a trailer park anymore, thank God.
It amazes me that people actually survive in the trailers, because I see the trailer parks. There are a couple of them in this area here in Greater Pittsburgh. There were a couple in Cleveland, and I'm thinking, okay, how much do these people spend to stay warm in winter, or how cold do they get?
It depends. If the underpinning of the trailer is properly maintained, and it is in good condition, you don't get cold floors or frozen pipes. The biggest issue is when you live in a trailer park in an area like in Pittsburgh where it freezes in the wintertime. Do you have properly working heat tape? And that keeps your pipes from freezing. Because, of course, if your pipes freeze, your water freezes, you have a chance to blow out your pipes.
Yes.
Or make your pipes even explode.
Yes.
There was a very, very cold winter. And when I say very cold, I mean very cold. Where it was getting, like 10, 12 below 0 Fahrenheit and staying there. Well, for Pittsburgh, that's very cold. And I lost 2 water meters that way because they froze and burst.
That was in 2012?
This one was, let's see, the second winter, so let's see, 13, 14.
Yeah. Okay, close enough. It stayed at minus 40 in Missouri that winter. We got help through the community action people every year for the winter for propane costs, because it would cost $300 or $400 to fill up a tank of propane.
And that would last you, what, 2 weeks?
No, it would last us they'd fill up in October, and it would last us until like February. And then they'd refill us again a couple hundred gallons. And that winter, they filled us up twice, and there was a gas shortage, so the prices for gas went up exponentially.
Yeah.
And what would normally run about $400 for the entire winter was $1,300 for the winter.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was after for that winter alone. That was wow.
I'm gonna lace up my shoes and go outside for a nice, refreshing walk.
Okay, bye.
So, see you guys.
Enjoy.
It's a nice day out, and I want to have some fun.
Do you let Tornado out without a leash?
No, he has to take the cell phone with him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because
it's not a leash.
I didn't know if you had one of those electronic leashes for him or something.
No.
He gets to the perimeter. But
no, but he knows that if I call and he doesn't answer, there is a possibility of me calling the police if he doesn't call me back within 20 minutes.
Okay, then.
Well, we live in Florida, and there are a lot of people that walk around with concealed weapons. So I want to be able to know that he's safe. I'm not a worrywart, but it's not safe to go anywhere without the ability to call 911 these days.
I know, unfortunately. And the amazing thing, and what amazes the shit out of me, is people feel the necessity to have a sidearm when they are going to a convenience store for a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk. You know, why?
Well, I guess I'll see you guys later.
Come move to my town where we leave the doors
Boy.
unlocked and keys in your car.
Bye, guys. Heading out.
Enjoy
Bye,
sweetness.
sweetie.
Yeah, in the
You'll hear him as he goes out the door here anyway, so.
Where
Okay.
the guys in the post office
Phone
say,
is in
say,
charging.
oh, we've been wondering if you've been okay because you haven't been here for the week to pick up your mail.
Mm-hmm.
You're starting to sound like Sean. Diana, where have you been? Oh, yeah, I know.
Be right back.
I promise I'll be back into the group today, okay?
Arg. Love you, Mom. Love you too, sweetie.
Sylvia,
I'm so glad.
Sylvia,
guys, I'm
will
so-
you Sylvia, get down, will ya?
She's like, no.
That's pretty much it.
Now, see, my thing is with Loki, he likes to chew on string. This is Tornado's cat. So we have a lot of mini blinds in my house.
Okay then.
And I have 6 windows in my bedroom. So 3 sides of my room have windows. And he will jump up on the sill of the window and he'll start trying to hook his claws into the strings of the mini blinds. So I'm hearing bat, 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 bat as he tries to get at them. And it's the middle of the night and I'm trying to sleep and he's going for the mini blinds. So it's like, get down from there, Loki. And he'll look at me like, fuck you.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Exactly.
but the minute I go to flip my blankets off to get up, he takes off because he knows he's pissed Mom off.
God, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Oh, well, hello, Smudge. Yes, no, you're being a good kitty.
Because that's
here.
what this one will do.
Mhm.
Hey, you. And then, for a half a second and it goes, but hey, you. But I pull that blanket aside and she's down the hell out of there.
Done and out. Yep, because she knows she's in trouble.
But then, you give it 10 minutes and she's back.
Back. Yep. Well, Loki knows better because if I have to get up to chase him more than once, I'm going for the water bottle.
Yeah. I should keep the water bottle within reach. But of course,
and he knows that I don't go for the water bottle unless he's really pissed me off.
But the darn thing, here's the difference between the puppy and the kitty. The puppy learns that, okay, this is something I'm not supposed to do. The kitty learns this is something I'm not supposed to do while the human's looking.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's my house. That is my house.
This is something I'm not supposed to do while the human is able to get up. If the human can get up, then I'm going to be in trouble. Okay. Let's wait until the other kitty is sitting on the human's lap and then do it.
Yes.
Oh yes, that's a favorite of Loki's.
In my house, the cats chase the dog.
I have a tuxedo cat who regularly beats up. He's 7 pounds and he regularly beats up on the 85-pound dog. He will come up and he'll be rubbing against Shadow and he'll be cuddling with him and Shadow will be looking at him and then Shadow would turn his head to look at me like, Mom, get this thing away from me, Mom. And then he'll look back down at Smudge and Smudge is all of a sudden like, wow, smack right across the nose. And Shadow will yelp and pull his head back and then turn and look at me and be like, I told you, Mom, see what he did? He's so mean. But he will not go after the cat.
My cat on the coffee table and waits for Piper the dog to walk by and ambushes her.
Oh,
Wow.
Shadow will not pass through a doorway if Smudge is sitting there. He will stop if he's playing, and he will wait for Smudge to walk away from the door before he will go through the doorway.
Funny.
Yeah.
And
Well, when we were living in the trailer park, we had two doors that were into the kitchen, one on either side of the kitchen, and or it was basically it was an open kitchen spread, and we had a partial wall in between the two doorways. And you would throw the toy, and the cat would sit in the doorway waiting for him. So Shadow would actually walk around the table and go out the other door to bring you the toy.
Like yeah.
the one you were talking about,
So,
Jen, was reminiscent of what used to go on in my household years ago. We had Miji, who was a border collie beagle mix. We had her first. Then we ended up taking in Jezebel, who was a kitty.
mm-hmm.
And immediately Jezebel ran the house. But she
Oh
would wait
yes.
on one of the chairs under the, more or less under the table, while Miji would walk by and then ambush her, just jump on her back.
Oh
And
God.
that poor dog, she was like, help!
Well, see, Smudge is short enough that he cannot. You know, cats love to rub against your legs and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
And if the dog is short enough, they'll rub underneath the dog's chin.
Mm.
Smudge is too short to rub Shadow's chin because Shadow is such a big dog. So he'll try arcing up his back and he'll give a little hop trying to rub under Shadow's chin.
Hmm.
And Shadow's just like, I don't want the cat to rub my chin. The cat's gonna get pissy and he's going to attack me. And Smudge keeps coming up to the chair, my chair every time I say his name, and he'll start batting at me with his paw, like, "Yes, Mom, you're calling me." It's like this morning, I accidentally forgot that I had left the sunroom door open to where the cats could get out onto the sunroom, and I had opened the door to let the dog out, and left the other door to the yard open.
Oops.
Smudge got outside. And I'm looking around for Smudge, and I'm like, uh-oh, come help me find the cat. And I go, Smudge! And I call him. I call his name. And he comes running across the yard to me. Hi, I'm here, Mom. You called.
Oh, that
What?
was the fun thing when I had, or I didn't have, they had me, Miranda and
Yep.
Ariel. They came as tiny kittens. I mean, actually too early, but they did pretty well considering. I mean, Miranda made it to 15, Ariel made it to 19, but early on, I was just having some fun. Whenever I would pour the food, I would call out, "Me!" And I'm not thinking about what I'm doing, but then later on I realize, oh wait a minute, I'm doing the whole Pavlov thing, because they hear the food in the bowl and they associate, "Me!" and they come running. So when my latest ex came over to visit for a few days, and then 6 months later went back to New Jersey to pick up her stuff and move in with me. When she was there the first day, it's like, yeah, the kitties come on call. No, they don't do that. I said, yeah, they really do. Cats don't do that. Me! The cats were all the way on the other end of the apartment, but you heard it. Gallop, gallop, gallop. Vroom! And there they are, and they came when called. Is it? Yeah, you just have to know how to call them. Yeah, and they retain that behavior throughout their lives.
Yep.
Miranda's 14 years old, and I go, me! And what?
Wait, food, Mom? Food? Is it dinner time? Food?
Now, I don't know about Ariel, because when the ex took off, she took Ariel with her, and well, that's okay. The two of them had bonded.
Yeah.
Melody was Ariel's human, Ariel was Melody's kitty, so that's okay. But I didn't get to see whether Ariel would continue in that behavior. But Yeah, Miranda did.
Yes, hi,
Throughout her
baby.
life.
Diana,
Yes, dear.
my daughter's name is Melody.
Really? Oh my, oh my,
Yeah.
oh my.
I have a Melody and a Marissa, but my oldest is Melody. Hmm.
Oh yay!
Oh, are you gonna purr and say hello for everybody?
What used
She's like,
to
no, mom.
what used to piss Mel off all the time is in this neighborhood everyone wanted to call her Melanie. And it's like, my
Oh
Yes.
God.
name is Melody. Well, they would do it to me too. They always want to call me Diane. No, my name is Diana, and finally it's
Right.
like I'm not gonna bother. You know?
Well,
You know what?
the thing
I
was,
had people. Go
sorry.
on.
Go ahead.
I have people that regularly try to call me Christina, and it's like,
Okay.
no, my name is not Christina. My name is Tina.
Mm.
Tina. Just Tina. There is no Christy. There is no Christina. There,
Kristen.
yeah.
Well, for me, being a Jen of the 70s, there was about 12 Jennifers in my class.
Oh no.
Mhm.
And we couldn't even go by like Jennifer Lynn, Jennifer Ann, Jennifer Marie because there were six of them. So I always said to myself, when I have kids, I'm going to give them in the class because I hated it. So when we had Melody, and then 18 months later we had Marissa, and then 3 years later we had Gavin. But don't you know I picked
Jen, what's your middle?
everybody tries to call Melody Melanie. Everybody tries Marissa Melissa to call Gavin Kevin.
Eek.
That's why I chose Talon. You can't mistake Talon with anything.
Right.
Well, like I keep telling you, yeah, I know you've heard this so many times. Every time you say his name, I keep thinking T-38.
Uh huh.
What can I tell you?
My mother absolutely loathes the name Talon. She will not call him Talon. She calls him TC
Okay.
because his middle name is Christopher. So,
No,
of
but
course, I really hated what his dad's mom called him. His
oops.
dad's mom called him Tally.
Ah!
Tally, and it's like Tally is not his name. If I wanted to call him Tally, I would have called him Tally. His name is Talon.
What?
Oh,
And
I hated that.
she tried to give him a middle name of Ho or what? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if she just didn't like the name Talon or if she, well, then again, her son didn't even want to be acknowledged by his first name. He'd rather be called by his middle name. His dad's name is Christian Paul. And he's like, I don't want to be called Chris. I don't want to be called Christian. I want to be called Paul.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Now, when you were talking,
I have no
Jen,
clue.
about the Jennifers all over the place, that reminds me of what went on in my so-called family years ago. There were 5 of us with the same first name. The MSB was Edward. I was Eddie. The MSB's brother-in-law was Little Ed. Little Ed's son was Eddie Allen, and the FSB's brother-in-law was Asshole because he was the
Oh,
one
that's
who,
my name.
yeah, he was the one who took off right after the birth of his youngest. He wanted to go to California. He went to California, and Marie raised the 3 kids alone.
You're right. What an
Boy,
asshole.
that's not an asshole. That's a prick.
Mm. Yeah, he wanted to go to California and take Marie and the kids, and Jean was a babe in arms. I mean, she was literally born weeks before and took off. And it's like, wait a minute. And I actually used literally the correct way this time.
Mm-hmm.
Did he offer support or anything?
Hell no.
Okay.
He would come by for a visit every few years. And it's like the kids, Gary barely knew him. The two girls hated him. Can't blame them.
Mm-mm.
And as a matter of fact,
I have a niece who was born Catherine, and she's like 27ish now, and all her life, even the first time she could put sentences together, people would try to or whatever. She would look at them in the face and go, "Name is Catherine."
all right.
Yeah. When's the last time you updated OBS, Diana?
Not that long ago. I think it was about a week.
Yeah, because I know that they fixed the audio issues for the person hosting it because you're really, really quiet in the live stream. But I think they actually undid that with their last patch.
Okay, yeah, because
the way OBS.
it automatically updated because I'm getting OBS from a PPA. What is it?
PP.
A personal project archive or something like that. You know, remember
What?
running.
I know I got a loud voice. I'm sorry, puppy.
I'm running a Debian-based system here. You know, running Ubuntu. So yeah, you get that whole PPA thing going and everything. But it's kind of nice in a way because the system lets you know, hey, here's some stuff we would like to update. Would you like to update it now, or would you like to do it later? Rather than the way Windows 10 does, and it says right in the middle of a broadcast, we're updating. It's like, oh shit!
Congratulations, we're going to screw everything you're doing up.
Yes.
Aren't you so
Sorry.
happy with Microshaft?
I
Yes,
finally.
that was Shadow and Guard Dog mode.
Okay. It was a movie night, I think, when I was running Zoom, because that Windows system is the only place Zoom will actually run anymore. Kills my Ubuntu system, but it wanted to update in the middle of the show, and I can't drop out and everything else. So I ran it until the end, and it ended up screwing up the entire system to the point where I had to reinstall everything.
Ow.
Yeah, that took about 12 hours.
It's fine, Shadow.
I updated
I know. I'm sorry, Shadow. I have a very low voice. I know you're not used to that, but woof.
No, I think the neighbors have their little yippy dogs out, and he loves those two little puppies, and he loves to go over to the fence and sit and bark at them.
Well, you know what he's thinking, right? Snack.
What? No. If he was thinking snack, he would go after the cats. Trust me.
No, cats are scary. They have claws.
Well, these
dog snacks.
two little Yorkie mixes.
Oh no! It's say again.
When can you hear me? Okay, am I okay?
You're about 5 by 3. It's loud enough, a little bit muddy, but we can make it out, or at least I can.
Okay. When we had Piper her first summer, Dad took her out on a leash in our yard to go potty, and our neighbors had friends over, and their pit bull charged and literally, and we have a chain link fence, literally burrowed under the chain link fence. Okay, picked Piper up, and Piper was about 7 pounds. Picked Piper up like a T-Rex picking up a snack, and bit, and then dropped her, and then tried to get her again before he could start shaking her. Piper or my son like freaked out and like smacked the dog and it dropped. Luckily, can I just say, luckily, Piper only had one little puncture wound from the fall.
Okay, kids. Is this any better on the input?
Oh yeah, you are way loud now.
Okay, this is the
At least here. I don't know about the stream.
this is the annoying thing that Ubuntu does to me. It seems to have an automatic gain control. So if I happen to burst out laughing and it's a little on the loud side, it turns it down. But then when the laugh is over and I'm going on talking, the level is still down, and you can barely hear me.
Yeah, it's a lot louder on the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, see, everybody says they can't hear me anyway, so.
Yeah, one of these days I'm going to figure out a way around that automatic level control. But
No, sweetie. Joe can't go out. No.
Woof. Can I?
Are you going to whine at me? Hmm?
What? What?
there you go.
What's the matter? You goofball. Go get your toy. Maybe that'll make him happy. I'll throw it for him. Shadow. Get your toy. Get your toy. Yes, there you go.
Oh man, I am running a lag like you would not. Well, I guess some of you might believe it.
Yeah.
What was it the last time that you and I were on Mom NATO, or was it another time? There was one point at which I had a 6-minute latency.
Oh my god.
I counted.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was between somebody would say something or whatever it was, and the time you'd see the indication of it on the camera, 6 full minutes.
Were you on Mars?
I think so. Either I would like to know why it does that and find a way around it. But I mean, this thing it isn't loaded to the gills with RAM. I've got only 32 gig on this machine.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Yeah, well, I built this one for performance rather than price because I had the other. Well, I still have the other machine. I use it for my personal stuff and everything else. I had built it for price rather than performance, and I hadn't even thought of doing video or anything like that at that time. But when I started making the videos, it glaringly let me know about its shortcomings. It says I'm going to have to build a machine earlier than I wanted. So
I built this machine in 2007. I bought all of the parts myself.
Okay.
And ordered them off of Newegg.
I was going to ask if it was Newegg.
$750 to build this machine, and the only thing I've added to it is I upgraded the memory from 4 gigs to 8 gigs. I put in last year, year before, no, 2017. I put in a Blu-ray drive, and I have changed out the graphics card. That's it. Everything else is the same. And it's 12 years later and it's still running.
I've done
same
that.
Same motherboard, same processor. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to do that sort of thing because it's cheaper to do that than it is to replace every 2 years, which I intend to keep that other machine as long as it'll run. I intend to keep this one as long as it'll run.
Right.
The one thing I might do is get the other 32 gig and have the 64 gig of RAM aboard, because the damn thing that happened to me is I built this machine, what was it, in August, right around the time I quit smoking, August 2018, I think it. And then later on, the same RAM that I put in the machine. I was going to put all 64 in, but it was really, really expensive. I think the 64 was going to cost me about $650.
Oh my god.
So I bought the 32 for, around $325, that sort of thing. That 32 gig to add to that is now about 170. And it's like,
Where are you buying your memory?
Newegg.
Okay, it's not the name brand memory, but there is a place where you can get memory cheaper. I'll put the link up on Discord. Let me see if it's still we can buy it.
Yeah, let me see if we can.
Our iMac died about 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, then. Wait a minute. Where am I? Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, well, nope. They will not be doing that anymore. Tells me how long it's been since I looked at their site. We sincerely regret to advise you that recently, due to the sudden and unexpected death of our founder, the company has been forced to cease operations and is winding down. Okay, switch for that one.
Oops.
Yeah, no, I got from them, 8 gigs of memory for $32. Yeah, so.
Not bad.
Yeah. And they had basic, better, best listing. So, yeah, you had 3 choices for the same memory, but it would do different things, so.
The machine, the older one, I built for around $700. That was in 2015. The newer one I built, as I say, last year. I think it cost me about $1,500. Well, I went, as I say, I went for performance this time. Because normally I would have tried to keep the price around 7 or 8. But it was one of these things where it would take me half a day to render a standalone video, and I couldn't have that. So I put the money in, and hopefully it's going to last me for a few years. The only thing I might do is eventually I might change out the video card and see if that's causing the problem that I have where intermittently, and I hate intermittent problems, the windowing system will freeze. I can't do anything, including get out of the windowing system or reboot or any of that. So I've got to hit the reset button and go through an FS check on the way back in. With the 4 terabyte hard drive, that takes a while.
Yeah.
Because 2 hard drives aboard this thing.
Okay, you can't blame me this time.
There's
it's 3 o'clock.
Okay. Well, we're probably end up wrapping up pretty soon. We've been at it for 3 hours. I don't know how many others of you are having the problem, but the time change has rather significantly disrupted my wake sleep. Well, I don't have a wake sleep schedule, I know, but that's beside the point. Where I was supposed to be having the extra hour of sleep, I was up all night. So that's an extra hour of being up all night. Yay!
Well, that's why I went to sleep
until
at
about 3 anyway.
7 o'clock. Woke up at 1 o'clock.
No, the thing is, I'm
back down at 4 o'clock.
I'm gonna have to fix this because I'm having a heck of a problem. It's getting to be a little worrisome. I do nothing but sleep, but I'm still exhausted. And
Huh.
I don't.
Levels or thyroid or anything.
If you sleep too much, you get tired.
Well,
You gotta limit
Yeah.
yourself.
I don't know
8 hours and get the hell up.
if it's the SAD hitting me, or
Yeah.
shudder to think of this. Fatigue is a symptom of impending kidney failure. And we already know I've got the kidney problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't your doctors have told you by now if they found something super serious?
Well, what worries me a bit is that with the speed this came on, a change in condition may be as quick.
The only thing I can tell you is talk to your doctor.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll keep it in mind. I have the two possibilities. I could talk to the doctor, or I could say, okay, I think I'll die now. And
Please let's not.
I'm not trying to be pain in the arse or anything, but sometimes that second option seems preferable.
You have sleep affective disorder?
Seasonal affective disorder.
Okay, I was close.
Yep.
Is it a possibility that you might have developed sleep apnea?
The possibility does exist. The last time I was checked for it, I didn't have it, but that was quite a while ago. That was,
Right, you
I
might
would
wanna-
say, close to 20 years ago that I was checked.
You might want to talk to your doctor about having a sleep study done again, especially now that you've quit smoking.
Oh, what does that do?
Well, when you quit smoking, it changes your body chemistry. as
Yeah.
you- but it will cause, because the nicotine is a addictive chemical, it can cause changes in your brain,
Yeah.
and it could have triggered, now that you're not smoking, it could have triggered something in your brain that's not letting you sleep properly, which would still be part of sleep apnea. I mean, it can't hurt to have the sleep study done.
Well, yeah, plus nicotine was a stimulant that kept you awake too.
Right.
The problem is that sleep studies are often not covered by any kind of insurance, especially Medicare
Mm-hmm.
and Medicaid.
I don't know how it is now, but the last sleep study I had done was covered by Medicare, such as Medicare covers things. So
Right.
I ended up, was it, I forget if it was 200 or 400 that I owed on it.
Mm-hmm.
I owed 20% of the total cost.
Right.
Now that may be slightly different now because I do have the insurance to go along with the Medicare. You know, you submit to that insurance and they submit to Medicare and all that shit.
Right.
And you know, it's hit or miss on what they will or won't cover. Going
Call your
through that.
insurance company and see if they'd.
Oh, they refuse to answer such questions. I've tried.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
They said
That's
they say
that is.
they say give us the how is it that they put it? Give us the medical code and then we will tell you. And it's because I was getting on the horn with them to see if they would cover an orchiectomy. I mean, if
A
I
what?
get my nuts cut off,
Oh, okay.
because I still have that shit, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
I'd like the whole 9 yards. I really would, but it's a little pricey. But okay, if I got the nuts cut off, then I wouldn't necessarily have to employ an antiandrogen, which might be nicer on my liver and kidneys.
Right.
But yeah, they refuse, and I've talked to Becky about that. Becky being my GP, and I should check my mail at some point. She asked if I wanted her to call, and said, please call them."
Okay. G47.33 is the diagnosis code used for obstructive sleep apnea.
Okay, then. Yeah, I may or may not have something like this now because I will find myself waking up and have a hard time swallowing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that could be part of it.
Yeah, you might have sleep apnea.
Or or no voice when you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's like, okay, no more money to spend because the only reason I was able to make the co-payment on the kidney biopsy was via the generosity of friends.
Right.
And
Well,
yeah.
And I don't like putting myself in that position.
Right.
Well, Diana, remember, I put myself out there with a GoFundMe for my cat surgery. So, I mean.
Yeah, but if I keep going back for this and this and this and this, there are multiple things going on here. Okay, there's the possible sleep problem. I just went to the well for the kidneys. Who knows what would happen with the Orky? I have. It seems I'm developing an umbilical hernia, which unfortunately may have to be treated quite soon. I don't want to. I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, my brother-in-law just had hernia surgery right there. It was his second one, actually.
Oh, great. So you have to do yeah, because I didn't say any of this, but Becky told me the last time I was in the office. Yeah, if it starts hurting or anything, then maybe it's time to do something about that. And I think you know what I'm about to say, so I won't say it. And it's all about the money. It's all about being able to afford this shit.
Mm-hmm.
There are times, and you're not gonna like. There are times I would just rather die than deal with this shit.
Because of the money, or because of the health itself?
Say again?
Because of the money, or because of the health issue itself, though?
At least as much the money as the health stuff. Because you see, I'm poor, and as the male slimy bastard would tell me, back when he was talking to me before he disowned me, you're poor. You're not supposed to have anything. Including health. And it's like, maybe it's just better to get out of everybody's way.
The health.
So who knows? And the other thing too is I'm no fan of surgery. I mean, even as much as I would love the gender confirmation surgery, it's surgery, and that's a bothersome thing.
Right.
I've had surgery more than I've wanted to have surgery, and oh well. Isn't this the wonderful, uplifting conversation?
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. See, I make everybody laugh. That's what I do.
Yay! But what I may do here is because I am dry in the mouth sort of thing here, is where is everything? There we are. I just might do a little of that there, and that means I'd have to set the headphones down, or I know what I'll do. There, let's see. Hopefully there isn't that much of a feedback. Fill this up and then come back. Ow. Ow.
I want coffee too. I'm gonna mute because I'm trying to mute because my Keurig is really loud.
There.
Okay.
Okay. Let's...
Oh, sure. I turn away. Everybody disappears.
I'm here.
And I won't hear.
You're just a big green M on the screen.
I'm just a big M, huh?
You're like a fifth of the M&M package.
Yes.
Oh
That-
my.
We should get someone to make an avatar for you.
Oh goodness. I have pictures.
Let's see. I can visualize a tornado
No.
in a field wearing an apron.
Okay,
No.
No, definitely not.
To June Cleaver, huh?
Yeah, definitely to June Cleaver. Oh, let's see. It uses my yeah, let's see if we can fix that.
Remind me again. What's the green M&M stand for?
I don't know.
Urban myth.
Okay. Oh, would you stop, puppy? Goodness. Ridiculous.
Oh my.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, you stand up and look at me. Oh. What? You're just looking at me, what?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear every once in a while. All right.
Okay,
Really?
then. Somebody's rather vociferous.
That was a "Will you stop mocking me?" bark.
Sean, it is believed that the green M&M is believed to make the consumer horny.
Exactly.
It is the only M&M that is female,
Yes.
with a great likeness to Smurfette, which doesn't
Yes.
make sense. Okay.
That was the joke. Yes. And it totally went over her head. I'll blame the dog barking at her.
Okay. So the green M&M is the latest version of aspirin and Coca-Cola, right?
That was before my time.
Uh-huh.
Or juicy fruit under a banana peel. You take a banana, open up one section of the peel, take a piece of juicy fruit gum, put it on the banana, close pulls it back up, leave it for 24 hours, and then eat the gum and you hallucinate. Which, of course, you don't, but that was the urban myth.
And then wasn't there something where smoking the banana peel was supposed to get you out there?
Yeah, that was another one.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true. I thought that the brown M&M was a female one too. I never even remembered that.
No, but they're all cannibals.
Well, duh. Yeah, that brown M&M didn't last long in the commercials, did she? That was only like a 2-year run.
Yeah, something like that.
I have coffee success now.
So now we're doing M&M history research. Lovely.
I switched to Earl Grey tea.
See, I tried Earl Grey just for the fact that I used to watch Star Trek all the time, and of course Captain Picard tea Earl Grey hot. So I tried it. That's some nasty tea to me.
My husband likes Earl Grey.
Well, I like lavender, and since we're on the Lavender Lady show, I just thought it was appropriate.
An ex got me started on Earl Grey and brown sugar years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago. I think Linda got me started on that stuff about 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm old. Did I mention? But it's stayed with me all these years, and yeah, she and I lasted a year, but the Earl Grey has lasted 3 decades. What can I tell you?
Speaking of old things, you want to hear about a really cool news thing that's happening in my area?
Uh-oh.
It's really cool. I had mentioned it on one of my videos back in a while ago. And if you pull it up, Diana, it's really cool. It's the old scow that got partially dislodged, and it's slowly creeping to the precipice of Niagara Falls. Really cool.
Okay, we got to find this thing for you. Let's see. Jen with 1 N. And, okay, we're looking for...
Oh, hey, guys.
No, that's not the right one.
In my
there's
video...
There's a Jen with 1 N who doesn't look anything at all like you. I'm not saying... I asked her... to find you.
On Twitter?
On the Twitter? Okay. I was looking on the YouTube for you.
Oh, on the YouTube. Well, it's only mentioned in one of my videos. I think it's the second discovery. But if you go into Google and you Google Old Scow Niagara Falls, the article will come up.
Old Scow Niagara Falls.
Yes.
Okay, we can do that. All right, here we are. Old Scow Lookout Point. We want the article. Okay. Would it be Niagara Falls Iron Scow moves for the first time in 101 years?
Yep.
Sounds like my bowels.
Oh, there it is. That'll work. Okay.
Wow, that's loud. I'll come back to that later. I love those commercial level videos, when you're doing stuff and then turn the video on and the volume level is like it resembles Talon times 2. or 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, here's the video! You know?
There, we'll wait and see if that will update my picture so that I'm not just a big M.
Oh my. Well, there's the one thing. There's the one symbol, N, for N followed by a exclamation point. You'll see that in mathematics. Some people claim that that is N factorial. No, it's not. It's N. Yeah, that
You
was.
can't do a factorial on a letter.
But N is a variable. Yeah, that's a sort of joke that we used to like back in my high school days. You know, the few friends that I had and I were a bunch of fucking geeks.
Be a nerd. Okay, I'm a nerd. I'm a proud nerd, so.
Yeah, I don't know if it will change in the meeting room, but there, I've changed my YouTube picture and it's now Shadow. You can actually see just how big he is.
Yeah, you have not changed on my little thing over here, but we can look forward to seeing it later. This is a reason for you to come back next week. Yeah.
See if I say something if it'll show the new picture.
Stay tuned, kids. While we make stuff up. I don't know. Yeah,
there it goes.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, little tiny picture of Shadow.
I still see an M.
That's weird. It showed up for me, but it could take a little bit.
It could, or something. Yeah, we've got an interesting thing going on here in the conversation today. We have a guy with a rack I wish I had, and then we have me with a voiceover here. Switch the parts around a little bit. Maybe we'll get, two regular people or something. I don't know. Oh, look what I... Yeah. Talking about geeks, back when I was in high school, we at the astronomy club built an 8-inch Newtonian telescope, and of all darn things, next to this thing about the Niagara Falls Iron Scow, we have video entitled "Telescope Building with John Dobson." Which, hey, how do you like that? The inventor of the Dobsonian. So, an hour and a half. I might put that on at some point and listen in. Yeah, that's the crap I get into. What can I tell you? But I'm not the one who breeds designer fruit flies.
What?
Okay.
One of the people I know who is known as Artemis Brain Sample, you may remember that name, Sean. His Twitter bio reads, I quit breeding designer fruit flies. There was no money in it.
Okay.
Well, once you get the first batch that has all the mutated wings, there's not much point left.
Man, it's amazing what those guys will do when you hit them with a nice dose of gamma rays.
All right. I'm going to head off, Diana. I have got to start getting ready to make dinner here before too much longer.
What are you making?
It is getting around that time, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm making chicken Alfredo tonight.
Nice.
Oh
Num num.
my. Oh my.
I'll be
I'll
over.
be right over. Yeah.
I have to get ready.
Well, I had a choice between tuna Alfredo and chicken Alfredo, and I just like the thought of chicken.
Yeah.
I'm not real fond of tuna. My cats love tuna, but I don't. So.
This one can take or leave tuna, which is really interesting because she's a kitty. But it's she would rather have chicky.
Yes.
Tonight I'm making beef on wet. You guys probably know what that is.
I didn't hear the name of it actually. It kind of broke up a little bit.
Beef on wet.
Beef
on wet?
What?
Wet. WECK.
No, I don't know what that is.
Just Google it. Pull up a picture.
Okay. I might look that up, but I've got to go. I've got to load my dishwasher so I have clean dishes and also need to do laundry. I don't want to think about that.
Here we go. I want to see before you go anywhere.
Okay.
Here we are. An easy roast beef sandwich with local origins in Buffalo, New York. Kimmelweck rolls are hard Kaiser type rolls covered in coarse ground salt and caraway seeds. The recipe transforms regular rolls into the traditional Weck rolls. Ingredients: 3 cups prepared au jus sauce, 2 pounds thinly sliced roast beef, 6 Kaiser rolls split, 2 teaspoons kosher salt, 2 teaspoons caraway seeds, 1/4 cup prepared horseradish. Doesn't sound bad, actually.
Sounds pretty good, except there's no cheese.
Well, you can make them. You can make a cheese melt out of them too. You can put some cheese.
So okay, it's the doing the stuff with the salt and the caraway seeds on the rolls, and then you do the roast beef and the juice. Okay.
Yeah.
Simple, yummy.
Yummy.
Sounds good.
I'd eat that.
Yeah, it's a buffalo thing.
All right, well, I'm going to head out because, like I said, I got things to do before I start dinner, so I'm going to miss the after show, unfortunately. But I got things to do.
This is the after show.
That's true. There was no ever after show. We just did one long show, so I promised I wouldn't talk you dry this time. So.
Oh boy! Yay! Yeah,
yes, we beat the last time.
My God, what was it? 10.5 hours or some stuff
10
like
and a
that.
half hours. Yeah, we went on till almost midnight, or was it after midnight?
Well,
I know.
I went to. I started the show at 1300 hours. Went for an hour and something. There was a little bit of a break. 1430 hours, I think we started. So that was 15:25. Okay, so we went to say 1 a.m. The next day.
Just about, yeah. So I promised I wouldn't do that this week. So I'm going to head off.
I didn't know they'd let you go that long, actually.
I didn't either. So, all right, y'all have a good day.
Thanks for coming by, hon. Really, and be good and have fun. I know they're mutually exclusive. Do the best you can.
Yeah, I'll put on one of my Sherilyn Kenyon audiobooks while I cook.
Oh boy, and I'll get my cooking show started someday. Well, resurrected, I should say.
Yeah, one of these days I'll tell you about making homemade calzones.
Ooh, yum.
Yep. I can make homemade calzones. Well, it's technically it's homemade in the fact that I get all the ingredients except for the crust. I buy the store-bought crust because it's easier.
Okay.
I wish I had a bread maker again and I could make the crust, but I don't.
Yeah, it's
Um,
that's more a bread dough crust, isn't it?
Well, you can use a pizza crust, like the Pillsbury rollout dough.
Okay.
And what you do is you cut it in half, and then you stuff your ingredients on one half of it and fold it over.
Okay.
Pretty much. And you
It's a
take
pizza sandwich.
kind of, sort of, yeah. But what I like to do is I mix the ricotta with mozzarella and parmesan and an egg, so
Mm.
that it comes out the ooey and gooey white runny cheese that's so good that you like at the pizza places. So, what's the difference between a calzone and a stromboli?
It's a cheese, isn't it?
Nope.
Couldn't tell
Something
ya.
you. Calzones do not have sauce inside them.
Right.
Oh,
Strombolis do.
Okay.
And
So,
depending where you go, they're shaped differently too. Like sometimes the stromboli have like a cut in the top. You know,
well, they all have the cuts in the top. So, oh,
or
there's
like
my phone.
flatter. You know, like a calzone's nice and poofy. And you know what I mean? Like at least here at the pizza shop, that's what they look like.
Okay then.
Awkward silence.
We all went quiet.
I can't do much Italian cooking. I can do a very good spaghetti, a very good lasagna, fettuccine alfredo, and that's it.
I've I've
So,
I've cooked Italian, but they are kind of greasy, so you have to watch what you're doing.
mmm.
No,
Okay.
huh?
I do, yeah.
If I must say so myself, though, I can make a killer pork neck gravy. Um,
Okay.
other people may call it a spaghetti sauce, but you have fun. You be good.
Yep.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by.
Talon's about to come in the house, so.
Uh huh.
Yeah. See y'all later. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
Oh my.
She's an interesting person.
Oh yeah. Mom Needle's fun.
It's also been requested by my family that I make my homemade mac and cheese today too.
Oh man, I have not had homemade mac and cheese in decades.
When I make it, I make about 5 or 6 pounds worth, like a huge vat.
How many of you are eating this?
Well, there's 5 of us here, plus if boyfriends come by, you know.
Okay then.
Yeah.
A pound each. That might not be all that bad, or a little less, depending on who comes by.
And then there's leftovers that everybody can take to work or whatnot.
And that's it. My problem is I cook for 15, but there's only me. Well, there's Sylvia. She helps as much as possible, but so yeah, there's no. Ow. It's fairly obvious, why I. Well, I was surprised back in July when I was in Kentucky, and Aaron and I were talking about this, that, and the other, and I was surprised to find out that he and I weighed the same. Um, actually, I wasn't all that surprised that I was that heavy. I was surprised that he was that light.
Are you guys close in height though?
I'm 5'9", he's 6 foot.
Okay. I'm 5'8" with shoes on.
Okay. Yeah, it's he wears his weight a lot better than I do. But yeah, no, I have managed, if I can hold it here or actually get lower, which is what I'd like. Last I checked, I came in at 223. So I'm starting to get somewhere, just as long as I don't blow it.
Mhm.
Because I'd like to see 180 by April.
Gosh, the last time I was 180, I was in high school and I was very active and I was probably abusing diet pills because I was popping them like candy. Yeah, like the old ones you could buy at Rite Aid over the counter, you know.
Uh huh.
And
The phenylpropanolamine and all that shit. Yeah.
I was drinking cola like it was going out of style. And you could probably see all of my ribs and my collarbones and my hips were sticking out. Like I was the skinniest I ever was, and to get there, I had to be completely unhealthy.
Uh huh.
And that was 180, 175, 180, and I was a size 12 or 13 in juniors. But I could never get any smaller than that because my boobs and my hips.
Okay then.
But my waist was real small, but I couldn't get the size jeans smaller because my hips,
Okay.
you know?
See.
And then I went off to college, had the kids and everything. And by the time I had Gavin back in 2001, I had gained probably about 100 pounds being pregnant with him. Yeah. And so we had the C-section, and he was 10.5 pounds. So there's that right there. And then you figure all the afterbirth and all of all of that. And then they had to put a catheter in me because you had the C-section and you can't move. And they gave me a water pill. From check-in to check-out of the hospital that weekend, I lost 55 pounds.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So Gavin, and then all of it was water. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing with me is that I'm tending to retain fluid, which might not be that good a sign, because my weight will vary, and they tell you you're not supposed to do this. I do it anyway because I'm interested in how my weight varies throughout the day. I may vary as much as 3 pounds in the course of a day. And it's, you take a piss and you lose 3 pounds,
Right. You go to the bathroom, you lose 5 pounds.
Yeah, one of these deals. And that's annoying. But, I know the 180, I remember back when I was first transitioning, I weighed about 180, 185. I felt great, and I didn't look all that bad either. I could do the tight tops and all that shit, and I know it was all fake under there, but still, there was the one day got off the bus and was walking to the appointment at the gender counselor, and it was a nice summer day, and I had the skirt halfway up my arse and the tight top and the sandals, that whole bit. Here comes a white convertible the other way, and guy behind the wheel, maybe about 60 or so, and I just watched as the head turned as he passed me with this big smile on his face and validation. Yeah, that was nice. It's like I wasn't interested back, but still,
Yeah.
It's nice to be appreciated. It really is. I wouldn't get that anymore. My word, I look more like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man at this point.
Still feel bad. I've put on about 20 pounds since I haven't been able to move much with my back and my knee. So I understand that.
Move beef.
The best I ever get is old guys in bars who have cataracts apologize if they tell a dirty joke in front of me. And then I say, fuck, don't bother.
That's something I noticed, though. It's, and I guess it's a holdover in this neighborhood from the way things were done, say, 50 years ago or something. Because after my transition, or through my transition, let's put it that way, these guys, 50, 60, 70 years old, would get up from their seats on the bus, ma'am, it's like, holy shit, nobody's ever been that nice to me before. Which it does help with a bad back, but what the hell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of the other discrimination kind of makes up for it and then some. So I'm not, telling or suggesting that any guys transition just to get seats on the bus, okay?
Well, the one time we were on the train to Boston visiting my mom, and I actually had to ask a stranger who was probably in his 20s to please give his seat to my mother, who was 75 with a cane. I'm like, okay, I guess chivalry is dead. Jeez.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I don't see what I used to see, where the guys would spring up for the lady, that sort of thing, and
or even stand up at dinner, like if you're at a restaurant, that your date would stand up if you had to get up and go to the bathroom.
Oh my, I'd almost forgotten about that.
Yep.
I once had a flat tire.
Oh,
it was in fall and it was blustery, and here I'm standing in a skirt and heels, and men walking past, going, "Gee, that's too bad."
Jeez, man.
I know how to change a flat, but come on, really, you're gonna make me do this in a skirt?
They're probably waiting for the wind to go whipping up there. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they would have been surprised at that time.
Okay, I have a really funny one. Back in high school, my mom was on crutches because, okay, long story short, her foot got run over by a lawnmower.
Ooh.
Ouch.
So she had like huge surgery on her foot. So at the same time, about a month later, and that was her left, I broke my right foot in marching band. Long story, broke my foot. So we're both on crutches, opposite feet, and we're on the busiest strip of, the city to get home. We get a flat.
Sounds like the worst case of hokey pokey I've ever heard of.
Yeah. She's driving with her right foot. I pop out of the car hopping, and I'm changing the tire, on crutches on the side of the road. No one stops to help.
Oh, jeez.
And from that point, I felt more empowered. I can do anything. What the hell? I just changed the tire in the middle of the busy road on crutches.
Yeah, it's just a hell of a way to find empowerment, though,
That hasn't died around here in Minnesota. I use a cane. Everybody holds the door for you. Everyone, men, women, doesn't matter. People try to help you in stores. The Amish are gracious as all get out.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. It's really a very pleasant place to live. It's nothing like the city.
Mm. I got the stink eye last summer, not this past, but the summer of 2018, when I accidentally stepped on a nail in the yard fixing up the firewood, and the nail went right through. I was wearing Crocs, went right through my Croc up into my foot and pierced the bone.
Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah. And it wouldn't come out. Like I was yelling across the yard, help, help, help. And my son comes running over. I'm like, you gotta pull it out. You gotta pull it out. So he pulls it out. So anyway, my foot swelled up. I had to get tetanus. Luckily, I didn't need stitches. So then they didn't give me crutches or anything. I was just hopping around and kind of like walking on my heels, because this was like in the ball of my foot.
Mm-hmm.
And go to the grocery store, and I get in the scooter. You should have seen the stink eye I was getting from people because I have an obvious injury.
Oh yeah. If you don't have a visible disability, people don't think you should be allowed to park in a disabled spot, even if you have a permit. My biggest disability is my heart, and I walk 50 yards and I'm damn near collapsing. And so I don't have a disability sticker.
Mm-hmm.
But I try to park as close as I can. And if I go to a big store, I'll use a scooter like that. Now I have my cane, but once you put it in the basket, it kind of hides. People don't see it. And I get dirty looks all the time. It's like, fuck you, And then you see able-bodied people parking in disabled spots.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
Oh, like without a sticker.
Well, when you get a permit, it gives you a set of instructions, and it says that if you're driving the car and you put up the placard, you can park in that spot.
Right.
If you are disabled and somebody is giving you a ride, they can park it. They can park in that spot if they're going in the store with you.
Right.
Okay. If they're not, get the hell out.
Right. See, it's not a pickup situation.
Yeah. And then you see family members who use them.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, God damn it,
Seriously, I probably should get one because I can't get through the grocery store without bending over in pain. But my mother has a permanent placard for her car, because in Rhode Island, if you have any replacement parts, you get a permanent one, even if you're fully better. Like she's got a hip replacement and a knee replacement, and her leg is stronger now than it was before, and she can get around better. But if you have any replacement parts, you're qualified for a handicap spot. Yeah. Which is good and bad,
Well, I've got 2 replaced hips. That means I get 2 spots, right?
Yeah, straddle the line. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Take up 2, yeah.
Straddle the line. Anyway.
Hey, I want to ask a question. Just curiosity. I'm not trying to take this to a different subject or anything. Jen, do you know in your life any transgender people?
Yeah.
You do.
Well,
Okay.
Obviously, she knows at least one.
Well, I mean, other than us, I guess I'm saying.
Mine? Yes.
Okay, Sean, how about you?
Do I know any in person? No.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Off of YouTube, no, I don't.
Yes.
I just wonder, we're such a small percentage of the population. And sometimes I wonder if, do you actually know anybody who is transgender and all that stuff? And most people don't.
Yeah, I have 2. One is transitioning male to female, and another is transitioning female to male.
Well, maybe they should get together and do a part swap.
There you go. Unscrew that and throw it over.
Those.
They probably could because they're cousins.
Oh, geez.
Okay then.
See, I'm the only trans person in my family,
Right.
and that includes all my cousins and all that stuff. And I'm also the only gay person, lesbian in my family. And I've got my mom came from a family of eight kids, and all of them had 2, 3, 4, 5 kids.
Mm-hmm.
One had 8 or 9. So it's a fairly big family. You'd think that there'd be at least one other person,
Right.
who's gay or something.
They say 1 out of every 10 persons is LGBT.
Okay.
That's what they used to say, anyway.
It's interesting. Those two disowned me when I came out, but I strongly suspect, never did get it confirmed, never did get the chance to confirm, but I strongly suspect that their favorite nephew is very gay. And it really would have been interesting. Well, he probably, if he is gay, knew better than to say anything around them after what happened to me. Because I have a feeling that a lot of my cousins were hanging around those two because they thought they were going to get some cash out of it. Why else would anyone want to hang around those two? They were pieces of shit. And I certainly hope that they got the disappointment of their lives. If there's, those two didn't have anything to bequeath to anybody, because those cousins dropped me right after those two dropped me. So but yeah, it's I'm sometimes curious. As I say, I strongly suspect, but who knows?
Yeah, the one thing my family, my mom's side and my dad's side have in common is the fact that they're very large bigots toward LGBT.
Yes.
Yeah, my mom's side is, if you can imagine, the most. Okay, for example, Mike Pence. My mom's side of the family pretty much agrees with everything Mike Pence has to say or do.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and then my dad's side of the family agrees with everything Trump says or does. So you got the posh, washy New Englanders, evangelicals, and then the rednecks who don't have sleeves on their shirts and drive pickup trucks. And together they both are bigots, pretty much.
Where the hell did you come from?
I just want to know how my parents got together.
Well, it's really interesting in my family. Everybody on my fraternal side is of the liberal persuasion for the most part, and everybody on my mom's side are pretty much bigots, right wingers, violent, scary people. Makes me wonder how my mom and dad ever got together.
Yeah, the MSB would have made Adolf Hitler proud, and the FSB just went along with everything he said or did or wanted or whatever. Well, shit, she wore a certain hairstyle because he liked it. It gives you an idea how much a mind of her own she didn't have.
My oldest sister's ex was like that. Picked out her wardrobe, told her what hairstyle to wear, told her what friends she was allowed to wear, told her what car she was buying, told her what job she was allowed to have, everything. They're divorced now, by the way.
It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. So, ridiculous. There's no way I would allow that in my life. No way.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was talking about my ex Melody. She would most often go by Mel. So back when those two were still talking to me, on the phone, talking about, Mel's doing whatever, or Mel's up to this or whatever it is, and they came over to visit exactly once, stayed a couple hours, and went back home. This was, them coming from Cleveland, driving out. Hi, how are you? Drive back to Cleveland, but he had the audacity to say, "Yeah, I was always worried when you were talking about Mel, but now that I see her, I'm feeling better." It's like, okay. Oh man, it's I never did get the chance to tell them I'm lesbian. That's the unfortunate thing. As soon as I said, hey, Mom, Dad, I'm a girl, that was it. It was over. But yeah, you talk about, do you know anybody trans, anything like that? Well, of course I do, because of who and what I am and where I've been. But the one borough I lived in for years, Homestead, Pennsylvania, we were everywhere. Homestead seemed to be a trans haven. There had to be in a borough of about 3,000. There had to be a couple of hundred of us, which defies all the percentages. But I don't know if it was cheap rent or proximity to a soup kitchen or what the hell it was. But 'cause we were all poor as dirt.
About 5 years before I actually came out, I was working in hospitals, various jobs, and I got to know this one resident really well, Dr. Ron Gooder. Real nice guy. I really liked him. Very funny. Very good doctor. Surprisingly good for a resident. And we residents would hang out with staff people and stuff in the hospital. Before you become a doctor, you can actually relate to normal people. And we were out one night with the group, and the group split up slowly over the night, and it was just him and I left, and we were talking and stuff, and it got real heart to heart. And I told him about my transgender feelings, and he went into doctor mode, and he explained to me how horrible a thing it was for a person to do to their body, and how you'll good chance you'll commit suicide, and just every horror story you could ever hear. Well, he was the first actual medical person I had ever discussed it with on any level.
How long did that delay your eventual transition?
About 8 years.
Yeah.
And after that night, he never talked to me again.
Great.
And I wasn't savvy enough to realize what it all meant.
Yeah, okay then. I don't know, this is the stuff that burns my butt. Sets my panties on fire while I'm still in them. And it's not getting any better. That's the thing. Well, fuck, isn't it the case that in Michigan you can refuse treatment to a trans person on religious grounds now?
I think so.
I think so.
Ohio, Indiana, one of those states.
Ohio, you can.
That figures.
I'm pretty sure I heard that.
I am so happy I am out of Ohio.
Diane, I still think you should get off your butt and do your research. I'm pretty sure that Medicaid will cover gender surgery. It does in Minnesota. Why wouldn't it there?
But I don't have Medicaid.
What do you have?
I have Medicare. Because I get too much money for the full coverage Medicaid, if you want to call it that.
Well, I believe Medicare does too.
They'll cover percentages of it, right?
Well, I understand that, okay, were Medicare to cover it, you would go in and they would do the standard 80-20. So I would have to, okay, for the neo-vagina anyway, as far as I'm hearing, I'd still have to come up with about $5,000, being a fifth of 25,000, and that's just the neo vagina, by the way. That's not everything else that goes along with it.
That's not like pre-op, post-op, all that stuff, right?
Okay, when you're talking about pre-op, you're talking about somebody like me who has had none of the procedures done.
Pre-operation, like you have to go for tests, you have to go for blood work, and then you have to.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was confused because we speak of pre and post-op here in the community as well. Yeah, you're talking about, okay, well, that's getting the aftermarket pussy is that, plus the anesthesiologist, plus the operating room use and everything else. And then, of course, the post, the recovery, they want you to spend some number of weeks in a recovery facility. Some friends of mine did this when they had their surgeries. And the whole thing can take you, from start to finish. Well, once somebody picks up a knife and then, to the finish of it, it can take you a couple of months. And a shitload of money. I'm figuring, and maybe I'm overdoing it here when I'm overestimating or whatever, but I'm guessing that I might need as much as $100,000 to get the whole thing done, because I'm looking at the electrolysis, the boob job, the aftermarket pussy, all of that added together, not cheap.
You haven't done any electrolysis either?
I have not done it. No, I have not been able to afford any of it. I mean, at this point, I'm better off than I was 10 years ago, because the hair does get finer and grows more slowly. I mean, I used to have a 5 o'clock shadow at 9 a.m., and at this point, I could go a couple of days with the facial hair. The leg flora is definitely growing more slowly. Although I do need to go over myself at this point, because it's been a while, and genes cover a whole bunch of sins. One of those, a multitude of sins. There you go. And so I mean, when you're talking about $60 a session, and I wouldn't need only one session. Let me tell you, I'm not Robin Williams, but still,
No, nowadays they have laser too, which is much quicker. They can do much more area in a single session.
I can't.
Much more area.
I can't, because my hair is so light.
Yeah, it's a problem when your hair is lighter.
Yeah, my OB office is offering hair removal now. And I was thinking, because, sorry, my husband's digging in the drawer.
Say again?
Sorry. I get, really peach fuzz coming down, where my sideburns would be.
Okay.
And I'm like, because my mom and my sisters all get that too, kind of just peach fuzz,
Yeah.
But for me, it's so white, you can't, if you're not up at my face, you don't see it, but I see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I should just get that, lasered off, because I don't want to be my mom and fuck it every day. But it was $100 a session.
Yeah.
And you needed 5 or 6 sessions.
Yep.
And it's not covered by anything in my insurance plan.
Right, because they consider it cosmetic.
Right.
It's a pain in my butt in more ways than one, really. But it's sometimes I think that I would have to do like Bobka used to do with the chickens. When you would go to the butcher and you would get the freshly plucked chicken, and there were still the little pin feathers and the hairs, and so Bubka would singe the chicken over the fire to get rid of that. But maybe that's what I'll have to do to myself. Get a blowtorch and just go over everything. Yeah, that went over like a lead balloon. Okay, then.
Yeah. My electrolysis, she was only able to do, well, in the beginning, maybe 1 to 2 square inches per session.
Right.
Yeah.
And over time things got more sparse. She'd cover more area. But even today, I still have to do some plucking and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've heard.
It's certainly not much, but it's annoying because it's still there.
I've heard stories about girls who have spent more on the electrolysis than everything else combined.
Yeah, yeah. I know I spent at least 200 plus hours at it. It was probably more like 300. I never kept track, but it was every week for one or 2 hours for years.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I was very, very pregnant the one time, and I couldn't even bend to shave my legs, and it was summer, and you don't want to be embarrassed. So I tried to get one of those home waxing kits. And have Alan do it. Like, I would apply the wax and put the thing, and I'm like, okay, just pull it off. And he did, and one strip, and I'm like, no. That was that one strip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've tried that route, and no thanks. So what I'll do? You've heard of the little machines called an epilator?
Yes.
My personal torture device.
Yes.
I will say that I can go longer between uses of that little torture device than I can between sessions with a razor.
Is that little thing that there's a spring that's being driven around and the hairs get caught by the spring and
and it pulls them out?
Yeah. Okay.
I tried one. No. All my sisters got one back in the day when they were first made, and I tried it, and I was probably like a teenager, and I was like, just give me a freaking razor.
Yeah, I am just so lucky in that department. I freely admit my luck. All the karma I built up over my life, it all went into my leg hair, and not having any at all after surgery.
Really?
Yeah, it all went away.
Lucky.
Yeah.
At
Nothing else has gone right, but that part has.
At least for me, I'm a blonde, so 99% of my body hair is blonde. If I had darker hair and you looked at my arms, you would be like, dude, are you related to Robin Williams?
Here you go.
I'm blonde, like you can't see it, and so I don't even care.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if I'm quite that far along, but I'm pretty far along as I'm looking over here. But it's blonde, and I'm nicely lucky with that. Of course, a lot of this has happened over the last just few years. I really started turning back toward blonde around, say 2010 or so. I don't know if you were around to hear me say these things. When I was very, very young, I was a towhead. I mean, my hair was white, that whole thing. Then as I got older, I went through blonde into a medium brown, and now I'm going back through blonde on my way to gray. Which has some really nice effects on my head hair, scalp hair right now. Because the scalp hair is all blonde, and the gray that's woven through, many people have commented, boy, that looks really nice. And happily. That's one thing that's gone right with me. A friend of mine was always after, I want to color your hair. I want to color your hair. And it's like, screw you, Peggy. I like this the way I have it. And
Yeah.
people have complimented me on it. And I keep my mouth shut when I'm thinking your hair looks like it came out of a bottle.
Be nice.
Well, I don't say that to her. I just
Oh.
it's all one shade.
Yeah, there's no like
There,
fading or anything.
yeah, and then here you'll get fading and streaking and things like that, and I happen to like this, so I'm
Yeah.
almost looking forward to going platinum because
Nice.
it appears I'm on my way there. And
Wait,
instead of
what?
say again,
It'll be white, white, white.
yeah.
Yeah.
If it goes to where it was when I started out, when I was 3 years old and younger, yeah, it'll be quite white. And
I got a picture of me at 2 years old. Oh my goodness, I was a towhead too.
oh my,
Yeah,
What does towhead come from?
I don't know.
I don't
don't
know the
understand.
etymology. I've got to look that up. Okay, let's go to the correct browser because I don't want to invade the screen. 4 hours of Diana. Yeah, definitely. Well, then we've had Jen here,
So
and we've had.
me and my sisters finally convinced my mom, who is 75. We finally convinced her like 2 years ago to stop dyeing her hair because her hair was so salt and pepper gray, and she wanted to be younger, so she would dye it like a mousy brown to like fade it in a little bit. And she dyed it so often she was getting sores on her head. And we're like, Mom, it's not worth it. You're killing your scalp. Just go natural. No one's gonna say anything. And now finally her hair's growing in and it's soft and it it has body and like 'cause it's not being killed by all these chemicals anymore.
Okay, then. Hey, this is really, really interesting. I didn't know this. I had never looked it up. Okay. Question. I just caught the tail end of Pat's comments on WNYC about the term towhead. I was at a colonial mill in Terrytown, New York, when the docent explained that the term comes from the light color of flax, which was used to make tow rope for canal barges. Answer. The tow in towhead, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, refers to the, quote, fiber of flax, hemp, or jute prepared for spinning, end quote. Since flax is light in color, blonde people, especially children, are sometimes referred to as towheads or towheaded, expressions first recorded in the 19th century. I like it. I like it. And then there's this cat. What is being a cat? Yes, he was being a kitty. Yes, he was. Kitty. Damn thing is the kitty likes this. Now she's leaving. Okay. There you go. Come on, you. Got her foot caught in the headset cable.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute. My daughter's running the sink. So.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, so you got that. I missed that one prior to that. Okay, Jess. Got to remember to turn these shows volume down at work. Shit was just blasted from my pocket. Okay then.
Shit, fuck, piss.
Toste Petrata Collected Bata said thank you very much.
Let's see, or that would be Scheissficken Pinkel.
Wait a minute. Okay, shit fucking what?
Pinkel. Piss.
Oh, okay. Because I was hearing,
Pink.
I was hearing Pinkel or something like that.
Yeah, Pinkel. Pinkle. Pinkel auf dich. Piss on you.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember that one. I just remembered pissing.
Phrasing. When somebody says piss on you, you don't say okay.
Well, Trump does.
Oh my, yeah, the little thing that's making the rounds, the difference between a garbanzo and a chickpea, right? Not very many people.
The same thing.
Yeah, but not very many people will pay $50 to have somebody garbanzo in their face, you know. I don't know.
I've never heard that one before. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, picked it up a couple of times here and there. You know, you just stick that stuff away and you screw it up in the retelling, and you know what the hell, you know. My joke telling is joke worthy. Okay.
Hey, the Dolphins won a game.
Really?
Yeah, against the Jets.
That's not saying much. I don't.
Does that count?
I don't.
Not really.
I don't follow football that much, but even I know that the Jets can't do shit. I mean, it's a toss-up between the Jets and the Browns, you know.
I think both those teams were like 1-7 going into the game, something like that.
Oh,
They're both
Jesus.
pathetic this year.
Well, the Browns are pathetic every year. I grew up with that shit.
But we like the Browns.
Guys, I'm a Bills fan. Okay, we're having a good year. This is good.
Who? I'm sorry.
The Bills.
The Bills.
Yeah, the Buffalo Bills.
Oh yeah, they are doing well, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we've got here. It is the thing for you.
I remember last time they came to Lambeau, and I went to the game, and we had buffalo burgers.
Okay, then. Hey, look, this is amazing. The Browns are not losing. 15 minutes to go in the first against Denver. So the game just started is the reason they're not losing. Okay, yeah, they're 2-5 right now.
I can't believe the Packers lost last week. Jesus Christ.
What amazes me is that the Browns are not in the basement of the AFC North.
Yeah.
The Bengals are 0-8.
No, really?
Really?
Oh, man.
God. Yeah, Alan just said from the other room. Yeah, Cincinnati hasn't won yet.
Yeah. Oh my. No, this is interesting. No, this is coming from somebody who does not follow football, but I'm looking around here and I see that the Browns have a division win percentage of 1,000 because they've only played one game and won it in the division. And I can't even remember who they played. I
think the only team the Bills have lost to so far is the Patriots. Oh, they lost to Philly last week. Sorry. See, you bring up football, and I have commentary from the other room.
Okay, then. Yeah, Bills 6-2. The Patriots haven't lost a game yet.
Which is typical.
They cheat.
When I was young, everybody wanted me to play football. I was a big kid. But, as George Carlin would say, I couldn't see the point in 11 guys lining up against 11 other guys, beating the shit out of them and taking their land.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I was and still am a baseball fan. Back then, I wanted to pitch in the worst way, and unfortunately, I did. So that was that.
Who do you follow for baseball?
My team is the Washington Nationals.
Nice.
I was thrilled when baseball came back to DC because I'm old enough to remember the Senators, and
Yeah.
I was all pissed off when the Senators took off to Arlington, became the Texas Rangers. That was back in '71, and it was in either late 2003 or sometime in 2004. Melody called out, "Hey, the Expos are moving to Washington," and it's like, "Really? Yay!" You know. So I've been a big Nationals fan
Yeah.
for since before the beginning, as they say. And I was so happy. I was so happy that they took the World Series.
Yeah.
Brewers.
Oh my! Whenever I think Brewers, I think Euchre.
Yep.
And what was really funny was it was a number of years ago that the Brewers were here the same weekend that there was a furry convention downtown, and the Brewers were staying in that hotel. So you have Euchre doing commentary on these furries from the press box at
Oh,
PNC Park.
That
we're
must have been funny.
we're Red Sox fans in this house, and because I'm originally from New England,
Okay
because
then.
Buffalo we don't have a baseball team in Buffalo. We only have a AAA, which is the farm team for Toronto now.
Oh, okay.
And it was Cleveland.
That's what I was going to say. I thought it was Cleveland.
Yeah, it was Pittsburgh, it was Mets, it was Cleveland, it was Toronto. Like it fluctuates every few years.
Sounds like the
But
Columbus team, actually.
we are like my family growing up was always Red Sox fans, and Alan growing up he was a Cubs fan, and he really hated the Yankees. So I turned his hatred of the Yankees into a Red Sox fandom.
Okay then. But oh man, I was so happy. I mean, I do not regret spending the money. Back in '17 when I viewed the total solar eclipse, I stopped in Chicago for 3 days. I
Nice.
got to see a game at Wrigley. Yay, yay,
Nice.
yay, yay, yay. It had to be the most exciting game of that season. This was, if I remember correctly, the 17th of August of 2017. The Reds were in Chicago, and John Lester started, and he was hurting. And by the second inning, the Cubs were behind 9-0. But then, about the sixth inning, they started a comeback, which included, I think it was the seventh, 4 home runs, 3 of them consecutive. It meant the people in Wrigley were just going nuts. They came back to tie.
Is that the same Johnny Lester who was a Red Sox?
I think maybe.
Because I remember people saying, "Oh my God, Johnny Lester." Yeah, he plays for the Cubs. Yeah, Alan just said.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, let's get. Yep, played for the Red Sox 2006 to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Oakland Athletics in 2014. So let's see now. So it had to be, I guess, 2015 that he went to the Cubs.
I mean, if you need
Yep.
any sports knowledge, I can just yell it to the other room because Alan will answer it without even Googling anything.
Okay then. Yeah, but he was hurting. Boy, was he hurting when he came out of the game. But it's amazing though that the Cubs lost 13-10, but it was one hell of a game, and I was there. Oh,
Nice.
spent $100 for that ticket, but I was there. Yeah, the ticket itself was 70, and the extra fees and all that other shit were over 20, close to 30.
We try to go to Toronto at least once a year when the Sox are in town,
Okay then.
and it takes about 2 hours to get there from here, so it's a whole day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then every time we visit my mom in the summer, we always try to go up to Boston and see a game.
I would really, really like to see a game at Fenway.
Oh, it's a beautiful park.
Find a way to wangle that one out because
Right in the city, like it's in the city proper. So
yes,
if you leave the park and you can just enjoy Boston.
I've driven past Fenway, but I've never seen a game there.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I've always wanted to go to Fenway and see a game.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a game, or I saw a game at Old Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
The penultimate season. My ex dragged me out there. She didn't have to drag too hard. And I know you're a baseball fan. You've got to see this before they tear it down. So we saw a game out there, and then I did see the game at Wrigley in 17, and I'd like to get some of that credit card balance down from that trip, and then maybe get my butt out to Boston. Hopefully before Fenway falls apart, because
Fenway opened the same week Titanic sunk.
Say again.
Fenway opened the same week Titanic.
The Titanic. Okay, yeah. 1912, and what was it? Wrigley opened in 1914 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've seen games at two of the oldest parks in baseball. I want to get a game at the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, then I can die happy. One of those. I mean, if I hang around for a while, then okay, get down to DC and see a game at Nationals Park.
Well, what's the oldest stadium?
What, baseball?
I think Wrigley is.
No, Wrigley's second oldest. Fenway's older.
So Fenway's the oldest?
As far as I know.
Let me ask the other room.
Yeah, there you go.
Fenway the oldest stadium? Okay. He said he thinks it's Fenway and then Wrigley and then the Dodger Stadium.
That sounds right. Okay, I Googled oldest baseball stadium in the U.S. and here's Fenway that came right up. It's amazing though when you look at it, the distance in years between the second and third. Well, that's because a lot of the old parks I wish I could have gone to no longer exist.
Yeah.
Tiger Stadium doesn't exist. Comiskey doesn't exist.
So what's the third?
Number 3 is Dodger Stadium.
Is Dodger?
Yeah.
Geez, that's the 50s.
Well, Dodger Stadium was built in the 60s. I think it was built in, 60? Let me look that up. Because they played at the Coliseum first.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty then. Dodger Stadium. Do you have a room? Okay. It opened in 1962. Construction began in 1959.
1959 is the year my parents graduated from high school.
Oh my. Yeah, it's opened 57 years ago, 10 April 1962. I wouldn't mind going out into that neighborhood to see a game at Dodger Stadium. And, of course, if I'm going to go all the way to LA, visit Al, as long as he's not on the other side of the world.
Diana,
Yes, dear.
I have to go. My phone is at 1%, and it's going to die any second.
Oh, my. Well, I am so happy to have had you here.
Yes, it was fun. I'm so happy that I can actually hang out again. We found a way.
Yay! We have to do this more often. We'll have to devote an entire show to you at some point
Yes,
here.
that'd be fun.
It's nice. It's nice to have met you finally.
Yes, definitely.
She is the original Jen with one N.
Yes. All right, I'm going to hang up because I'm going to fade away if I don't.
Okay, so so you don't become an old soldier.
Yeah, all right. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks a
Okay.
lot, dear, for being
Bye.
here.
Bye.
Take care. Oh, man, I tell you, should I start wrapping things up pretty soon? It's 1640 hours over here.
Getting dark.
It's going to be dark pretty soon. That's what really pisses me off about so-called daylight saving time is that, sunset occurs at, 5 p.m.
I'm really pissed. I have only gotten to see one Packer game on TV this year. I where I'm living, I can only get ABC, who doesn't do any football. All the games are, all the NFC games, I should say, are on Fox, and that I can get. But all the Packer games have been on Mondays or Thursdays, and so they've been on NBC or ESPN, and I don't have cable, and I can't get NBC. And today's game again is being played, is an American League or conference game, and it's being played on whatever other station, CBS. I don't get CBS either.
What, do you live down a well?
No, I live in a valley.
Next best thing.
I live in a valley, and I'm 25 miles away from the nearest city that has broadcast facilities. And there's all these big 700-foot bluffs around us.
Okay, that's the sort of arrangement for which cable television was invented.
Yeah, but who can afford that shit?
I know. Well, that's the main reason I don't have television. I mean, okay, I don't like most of what television has to offer anyway, but to pay $120 or whatever it is per month for the privilege of seeing this stuff is like no. I've done very well without it. I've been without television for about 10 years.
Well, my favorite shows are on the stations I can't get. I would love to be able to see Saturday Night Live. I haven't seen it in years. And I'd like the NCIS. I can't get that. And as far as national news, I usually watched NBC for the 5:30 news. But no, I can't afford $100 a month for fucking cable.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad enough over here. My internet connection is going to end up costing $95 a month next month.
Ouch.
When at least 95, because there's some speed boost thing that I have that the promo is going to expire on it. So I've got some decisions to make. Do I keep it and pay the extra 15, or do I drop it and see how well the broadcasts go without that speed boost?
Yeah, well, I only get one option for internet, and it goes from $30 a month to $45 a month next month.
Nothing like a 50% price increase.
Yeah, but it's also going to be fiber optic in February or March, they said, and
So are you
my download speed should like triple.
So you're talking Verizon?
No, it's a Centex, some no-name company.
Okay. Yeah, I'm considering thinking about. Well, there's the possibility that I would consider thinking about Verizon, but I would have to rearrange the entire wall system around here, because the FiOS entry is in my furnace closet, which is back there. I'd have to come through a wall somehow because I can't move this over there. Say again?
Is it bad that I just looked behind me when you pointed?
No, Sean, that's incredibly human.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Hey, are we still broadcasting?
Yes, we are. So what? Do you have dirty stories to tell or something, or what?
No, I just didn't know what was going on. I'm out of touch with reality sometimes.
What's that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Reality
LSD.
Reality.
LSD absorbs 47 times its own weight in excess reality.
Reality is for people who can't handle drugs.
Well, that's why I'm a realist, so that makes sense.
Okay. Oh my. Yeah, I can watch the light fading out there, and it's not even 1,700 hours yet. This really pisses me off. It screws me up with the SAD and everything. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
I think they should just split the difference and leave it alone year round.
No, the whole point for daylight savings was the stupidest reason ever. Simply for railroad schedules.
Yes. There's the excuse made that it was for the farmers. The farmers universally hated it.
Mm-hmm. It was made just because they wanted to keep times consistent with basically railroad trips.
Well, that's where standard time came from, and then you had wartime.
Well, the standardized time that was critical. I mean, as technology developed and we were able to have clocks and things that actually kept accurate time, it was essential for that to spread, and that's why time zones were created.
Hey, don't knock the wrist sundial, okay?
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with that, but daylight saving time, that's just.
Well, that's the stupid thing. Indiana's a weird state.
Yes, I'll give you that.
For many, 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 many years, Indiana was like divided into 2/3. It had 1/3 of the state that actually observed DST, and the other 2/3 of the state didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It started out where the entire state was a whole daylight saving state. And then they said, okay, screw this. That doesn't make sense with the East Coast. There's not that much of a time gap. So we'll just leave these 2/3 of the state not observing daylight savings. They just changed it like 5-6 years ago again. I'm still trying to get used to that. My entire time that I've lived in Indiana, which is now, let's see, almost 30 years, it wasn't observing daylight savings time. So for most of my growing up, or my adult years, it was fine. We never had to worry about changing clocks. And then 4 or 5 years ago, they're like, oh, by the way, we have to change our clocks now. So Indiana's still trying to get used to this stupid shit.
Oh, I didn't know you guys changed.
Oh, yeah. This is the second time they changed it. Started out being the entire state observed daylight savings time.
Yeah.
And then back in like the 60s, they said, okay, we're going to do away with that because it doesn't make sense. The farmers complained. And since Indiana is mainly a farming state, the farmers won, and somebody got bug up their ass a couple years back, and it got changed again. So now all of Indiana's daylight savings again.
Oh my. Well, the whole big fun part. I guess there are reasons for it. Is the bit where Indiana is eastern, except for Evansville and Cary, which are central.
Well, I think it was absolutely insane when George Bush to expanded or changed daylight saving time. I forget what he did. Did he make it happen sooner or later? I forget.
Are you
But he
talking
changed
about
it,
the most?
and the excuse was, "Oh, for energy savings." It's
Oh
like,
yes,
cut
so
it out.
it's that one where the end of daylight savings time. I'm even doing it. It's daylight saving time, singular.
Thanks, Tornado.
The end used to be the last Sunday in October, and then it became the first Sunday in November. The beginning was, let me think, first Sunday in April, and I think it's now the last Sunday in. No, not the last Sunday in March, because the coming spring ahead is going to be the 8th of March. So, yeah, they moved it really early. And did you say it, Sean, or did you say it, Jen? Many times I'd had the idea, yeah, why not move it a half hour and leave it there? But it's really fun when you're on the western edge of a time zone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if it's a decent 15-degree wide time zone, your sunset might occur, close to 10 o'clock. But then, when it's the current Eastern time zone, which is about 2.5 time zones wide, because the Eastern time will run from Maine to Illinois, that sort of thing. It's wide. So at the Illinois end, boy, your sunset is late. Near the solstice. I mean, I'm not going to complain that much, but
Yeah, I'm on the western side of Central, not as far as I can be, but enough that from Milwaukee to where I am now, it's like almost 15 minutes later sunset.
mm-hmm. Now, what's really great about being here in Pittsburgh, well, as great can be, I suppose. We are only 4 minutes different from solar time.
From what time?
Solar.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, solar noon, which is that time at which the sun is farthest south in its track or highest in the sky. They
okay,
they are
okay.
always concurrent.
I get what you mean.
Yeah. That solar noon occurs at, I believe it's 12:04 p.m. here in Pittsburgh. So you're right on solar time is great. I love it. But daylight savings time, yeah, solar noon occurs at 1 p.m. God damn.
I can't believe on Fox right now there is professional bowling. Are you kidding me?
Oh wow! Do you still?
Who the fuck wants to watch that?
I used to look forward to watching that when I was a kid.
Oi.
Yeah, I knew all the the great bowlers of the era. Earl Anthony, and I'm starting to forget some of the names already, but yeah.
Or we could watch the New York Marathon.
Oh boy.
Or I could always
No
watch.
uncomfortable silence.
Yes. Or I could always.
Or binge watch Dick Van Dyke Show.
Oh man. There was a Bloom County strip years and years and years ago. This was back in the era of Bush the First, where you had Opus the Penguin with a flip hairstyle, and am I Mary Tyler Moore or Marilyn Quayle?
I always wanted to be Laura Petrie.
Okay then. I don't know if any of the female television personalities caught my eye or anything like that, but as far as film goes, Sophia Loren, hands down.
See, I never thought she was all that hot. I mean, she certainly isn't homely or anything like that, but I never knew what people saw in her.
Hey, what can I tell you? De gustibus non est disputandum.
Who did I think was? I'll be right back.
Okay, I guess it's you and me, kid.
What are you calling kid?
Well, you're what, 49?
Not quite yet. Next year.
Okay.
I failed math class for a couple days. I'm actually 48. I'll be 49.
Gotcha. So let's see. That's 14 years.
See, you're not old enough to be my mom yet.
Right.
Well,
I never will be. Really.
I guess it's possible, but not likely.
Not likely. No. Oh man.
I'd be a really strange baby if I was.
Yes.
Just saying.
As much action as I got at that age, I don't have much of a chance of being anyone's mom.
Well, not much of one, no. Unless you're Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Wait, no, what?
Unless you're Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And no, I'm not my own grandpa, so that's beside the point.
I'm my grandpa.
Yeah, I know some of those songs.
Ray Stevens did a wonderful cover for that. It was a really old song, but he actually did a recover of it back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Mm-hmm. But you want to talk about great songs. What is it? The John Butler Trio. The song is called The Hand of the Almighty.
Don't know it.
Oh, God will fuck you up is basically, and I mean that's the chorus.
I thought you said Randy ought to fuck you up. Like they actually had albums.
Yeah, they're singing it like bluegrass gospel. That whole bit. He'll fuck you up. He'll fuck you up. Then God will fuck you up. It's just beautiful.
Is that really a song?
Yes.
Oh God.
Look up "Hand of the Almighty." As a matter of fact,
Hand of the Almighty.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna go look for it while I'm at it.
I suspect it's one you could play and not get a copyright strike.
Not get my channel struck down for community reasons.
For that song? Wow, that'd be humiliating.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do that right. Let me do it this way. There we go. And.
Hey, I have a suggestion for a show.
Oh, boy.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't say this is naughty.
When did that ever stop anybody? At least of all me on this channel. Okay, there we are.
I talk big, but I'm actually pretty introverted and prudish.
Oh, ready. Let's put this in here, and this is the song I'm talking about. That is now linked in the side chat.
Open a new tab.
Oh my. Yeah, I'm old. Easy, easy. I don't want to get a copyright strike here.
Oh, okay, I'll mute myself.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, it's done in that whole gospel style and everything. And God, it's beautiful. I'm trying to remember where I first heard it. If it was from, it might have been from Wildwood Claire.
Don't know.
I miss her. I miss her stuff. I really do. Yeah, she just finally had it with making films, and I mean, she's still commenting on YouTube videos. Hasn't commented on anything of mine yet, but that would be a big day. She'll have to comment, you're crap.
Who's that?
Wildwood Claire.
Oh, no idea who that is.
Geologist in North Carolina. She used to do Coffee with Claire. And yeah, I suppose the name of her show possibly influenced the name of mine.
She's not that one that we've debunked from.
Oh no! She's on our side.
Oh, okay. What does a P with a circle around it in copyright territory mean?
Oh, that's production.
Really?
Last I remembered, it was production date. No.
I thought it was a patent symbol, but okay.
Let's find out.
Because this "That'll Fuck You Up" is it doesn't say copyright 2003. It says P 2003, released on, and then auto-generated by YouTube.
Okay, what I'm seeing here.
Sound recording copyright symbol.
Oh, so it is copyright rather than okay. Oh, it stands for phonogram. Okay. I stand corrected. Yeah, unlike.
And then auto-generated by YouTube. Oops. So, anyways, you want my idea for a show?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, how about hot trans women of the internet?
Don't get me started.
Well, I'm saying this not because I'm just a weird pervert.
But what about hot androgynous people of the internet?
Okay, that would work. That would work.
That could be too. That might not get you struck. On Twitter, I've fallen into the group of trans Twitter, and there's lots of lovely people on there. And one of the women I know published a picture of herself last night. She's been having issues of, feeling vulnerable and um, afraid of coming out and 24 hours and all this stuff. And she decided that she would get over feeling vulnerable by publishing on Twitter for the whole fucking world to see a picture of her, a very sexy picture of her, as her way of putting it all out there. And so now there's nothing to feel vulnerable about because it's all out there. And it just got me thinking, well, there's a lot of fairly sultry pictures that people put up in the trans community. And they do it because they want to be seen. And so I'm thinking, well, you could do a show and they can be seen.
Yeah, it's a possibility there.
I mean, if they're on Twitter, it's public. There's no copyright issues. And if you don't use names, then you're not invading privacy.
I'll have them on the program. Just have a little series or some shit like that. I don't know. What really got me was there was somebody I knew some years. Well, there's always somebody who does this, but some years ago, somebody I knew would publish lascivious photographs of herself, and then complain that all the guys were ogling at her.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's like
Although a lot of these are similar. Like there's this woman who from last night or yesterday who published herself, and there's this other woman I'm thinking of who's out in California, put pictures of themselves up and complain about how ugly they are, and they're stunning. They're actually stunning, and they're bitching about how ugly they are, and it's like, wow, how can you say that? Especially when I look in the mirror and the mirror cracks. It's just interesting how dysmorphic, I guess you could say, or body dysphoric people are, even as they go through treatment and move on in life and stuff. It's really kind of shocking, surprising.
Well, so often I'll look into a mirror and see an old man looking back at me, which isn't the greatest thing in the world. But then there are other times when I've told the story. I think you've been around to hear it. City transit buses have the doors up in front and then the door about the middle of the bus, and the seat right behind that door has plexiglass in front of it, separating it from the door space or whatever you want to call that. That's my favorite seat. I love to sit there. And even early in my transition, I would sometimes be sitting in that seat, and I'd see reflected in that plexiglass a rather pretty lady, and it's like, oh wow, she's pretty, and I look at her more close, and wait a minute, that's me. And so it with me, it goes both ways. Sometimes I see all the bad, and sometimes there's a little bit of the good stuff to be seen. And I guess some of it depends on my mood at the time. Well, just like my height depends on my mood. Really, my perception of my height. When I'm in a decent mood, which is about once every 6 years, I feel taller than the rest of the days. When I feel like crap and I feel like 5'2". It's quite interesting the way that works.
Well, height's another thing in the transgender community. It's not typically discussed, but there was a whole chain of people that came out talking about their height in the last few days. Some woman put out a tweet, said something that everybody thinks I'm, small, and I'm actually 6 foot. What did she say? 6'3". something like that. And all kinds of women started posting, well, I'm 6 foot, I'm 6'1", I'm 6'7". And it's like, holy shit, and you transitioned? And it's kind of a blowaway to me to think that somebody would have that much personal security and to transition knowing that they're going to be a 6'7" woman, which is just not something seen.
You don't see it every day, but it's not completely unknown either.
Well, my hat's off to those folks that they can challenge the norms that way and feel comfortable. I don't know that I could have.
I mean, back when I was in junior high school or middle school or whatever you guys, different people call it different things. There was a set of twins, fraternal twins, one of each, and they were both over 6 foot when they were 13 years old.
Yeah.
So I have no idea how tall they ended up, but yeah, Tom and Jackie. And this is, cis kids. What is to do for you? Yes?
Huh?
What for you is to doing? Is a man not to knowing.
You're talking funny again. I don't get that shit.
Yes. For to funny is to talking to making like for to that. Yes.
You're talking Italian tongues.
Is I talk from the I am talk from spirit. Spirit move me and I talk for you.
Okay. Holy Jesus.
Oh Lord. It took years to develop that.
Jesse, 5 hours is not much. Like I said, wait till you see what happens on movie night. Yahoo.
Yeah, that's why don't
hey, I'm confused, Jess. If you're still in the chat, I know you're on lunch break. This next Friday is going to be just a presentation of kind of what we talked about and stuff in the meeting, or are we going to actually do a movie night critique on something? I guess I'm unclear on that.
Sean, you still here? Did Sean go bye-bye?
He's on mute.
He's okay. Because Sean knows everything. Oh, boy, shit. I don't know what's wrong with this counter here on the what do they call it, control room or whatever that is. The counter says only 3.5 hours, but on the watch page it says 5 hours. So I don't know anymore. Maybe they're using time on Mars or something. I don't know.
Or maybe they don't correct for daylight saving.
Yeah, it could be. But we've had a peak of 14, which it's not bad, but it's not. I must be doing something wrong. I have a feeling I know what was going on. The last couple shows have not had the peak watch that the couple of shows before that had. But okay, this one pretty much a free-for-all. The one before this one was on adoption. But the shows that were garnering near 100 that day were on trans topics. I have to look at there was the Coming to Terms, and there was also are you transphobic if you won't date a trans person? That's the other one.
Oh.
Oh, and the one on winging it didn't do too badly either, though. That's the other thing. Well, possibly the time change got in the way of this one, or maybe they just got tired of us, or got tired of me.
No, no one ever gets tired of you.
Oh, my 8. Yeah, what do we have over here? That's that. Yeah, 8 watching. Yeah, that's the other one where I noticed that Neil was broadcasting at noon. And I'm figuring that the reason that show was on when it was 9 Pacific was the time that they could work out. There wasn't the possibility of doing an evening show. And, okay, I'm cool with that. I get that. No problem at all.
Well, but you're also different audiences. He's atheist kind of stuff, isn't he?
Yeah, deconversion stories. So I guess you would call that atheist stuff. It's amazing how many of us don't do the atheist stuff anymore. Well, if I start... Yeah, Kate, I know. If I start doing the standalone videos again, it'll probably be more atheist-oriented. But it's just a matter of I've got to get around to doing it.
I fail to see the interest in covering atheism so much. You either are or aren't.
I mean,
what's there to argue about?
That's what I was thinking, more or less. That it was getting overdone, and it was all the same stuff hashed and rehashed. But the longer I'm out of it, the more it becomes apparent to me that we cannot let it go. That there's always a need for it in one way or another. Because
I suppose.
Because these fundies just won't let go.
Yeah, I guess if you look at it in that sense, it's important for there to be a counteracting voice.
Yeah. And I suppose that's where I should start picking up again. Get back to answering Catholic answers. Or I've got a stack of Answers in Genesis tweets. It's taller than I am, waiting in one of my directories. That, okay, not exactly stepping all over Paul, but I'm getting close to his stuff. Well, he's answering the videos that Ham and PhD Giggles and the engineer boy do. Whereas I'm going after or I'm thinking of going after the print stuff that Ham puts in Twitter. There's been some absolute garbage that he's posted, especially lately. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to use my new camera and start to work on some of it. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, complaining about money and everything, and here I am with a new camera. Well, that and for transgender chef, resurrect that one. Pull one of the 16-pound turkeys out of my freezer and show everybody how to brine and roast the perfect turkey. And then I'll have turkey pot pie for the next 3 weeks. Which isn't
Well,
bad. I like
I'll be
turkey pot
damned.
pie. What?
Did you know that there's a transgender person working in Antarctica?
I did not know that. I did not know that at all.
Yep, her pinned tweet says, Ashley Antarctica sparkles. Reminder, trans folks can do anything they put their minds to, even going to the freaking South Pole. And there's a bunch of pictures. There she is.
If you're lucky enough, I suppose, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Give me a minute here, because I'm going to have to do the little girl's room at the very least. Oh, my word. God, I'm old. Did I mention that I'm old?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. And I'll put that down there, and we will do that. I'll carry this and get rid of some coffee and then replace it. That's what I'll do.
Well, it seems I have control of this television station. I'd like to announce to you all that we are taking over the government later this afternoon, and we will be instituting a policy of the imprisonment of all right-wingers. How do you take that? I would sing, but I don't sing very well. I could play an instrument if I knew how and had one. I could do a cooking show while Diana's gone. I can show you how to serve pretzels. Or I could teach cigarette rolling skills. Or a discussion on why I use water bottles for a year before I throw them out.
There we are. Got good garbage to take out later. Look at that. It's going dark. It's fucking going dark, and it's only 18:25 hours. I'm sorry, not 18:25.
Yes, Crip. Revolution. That's what we need. I don't want to see all the blood and guts and shooting and stuff, but we sure got to do something about these right wingers. They are getting so fucking bold and trying to fucking wipe people off the face of the earth that they don't like. And Mom and Dad America are standing there in silence because they have no clue that it's going on. And they don't want to listen to anybody about it, and they don't want to read the newspaper to learn about it. And it's just going to happen. It's going to happen all over again, just like Germany, except worse. I'm very, very scared for my future. In fact, if the right wingers get to have the control that they really want, maybe global warming and destroying the entire planet for human civilization is the best thing that could happen.
Oh. Oh, Lord. Let's see what Jen is blathering about, huh? What is you
Revolution.
blathering about?
Revolution.
Okay.
Anarchy.
Waiting for the coffee to...
Where do I live? Is that what you're asking, Crip? Well, if that's a question. I grew up in Milwaukee and lived there for 60 years and then moved to Minnesota.
Oh, my. God, it's been a very, very, very long time since I've been to Milwaukee.
Well, if it's been a very, very long time, you won't recognize it at all.
It's been around 30, 35 years.
Oh, you absolutely will not recognize it.
Okay, then. Yeah, I haven't done much getting around since about 88. So, a lot of places.
I moved to Minnesota because I was offered a job. And at the time that I was offered the job, I was homeless and looking at having to live through a Wisconsin winter in a tent. And so I took the job even though I didn't want it, to survive. And I got here and have kind of fallen in love with where I am, and the job turned out to be as bad as I thought it would be. And so as retirement time came around, I just retired here instead of going home. I couldn't have afforded to live back in Milwaukee at the amount of Social Security I get. So just as well. It's a fine place to die.
Let me have a look over here. Oh, okay. Everything's okay and not falling off the wall, so that's not too bad.
Where do you live, Crip?
And I know you don't live in Antarctica.
No, although sometimes it's that cold around here. By the way, Mom NATO was full of crap. It didn't hit 40 below in Missouri. It maybe hit 40 below with wind chill, but it didn't hit 40 below temperature-wise.
Yeah, what can he say? What can I say?
Yeah, that's reserved for much further north areas like here, where it really does hit minus 40.
Oh, okay. I have your location pretty much in my head. I actually know where Liverpool is.
Between Liverpool and Wales, okay. My ancestors are from southwestern England, I guess I would say. I once knew the name of the town. I can't remember it. It started with an A, but that's also going back to the 1600s, so it's not like it matters.
Well, my understanding, okay, if your background were perhaps Welsh, the town they came from would be 6 feet long, printed out, and totally unpronounceable.
Well, I tracked it down on Google Earth, so we used shorter, actual pronounceable words, but I just don't remember it. And apparently, my cousin who did the tracing of it all was able to trace our surname back in that location to like 1200.
Nice. I'm trying to remember whose video it was.
No, it wasn't Avonmouth. Avonmouth, Avonmouth, however that would actually be pronounced. That's an easy word. I would have remembered that. I'd have to check it again.
Oh man, look at that. Darkness descended. Let me see if there's any daylight remaining. There should be some, but okay, you're into civil twilight by now. Jesus Christ. But 17:30 hours, and I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Don't hate the things you can't change. It's just a waste of energy.
You go night night.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm staring you on here.
I don't know if you're starting to run out of Ogfu. See, okay, Sean is still here. I may consider starting to wind this up as far as that goes, because yeah, we've only been here what? Let me have a look here. We've only been here 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, 5.5 hours actually. So that's not too terrible bad.
Hi, Hans.
Hans, sweetie, yay! You just got here. Yep.
Well, you're so much more north. That's why you still have sun. No, that doesn't make sense.
Hans isn't in the U.S.
No, I know he's not. I thought he was in Norway, Denmark, something like that.
I is trying to. I is to remembering to making to trying to remembering to trying to making. That is.
Hans, what country are you in?
I'm trying to remember, Hans. Are you in Norway or Denmark? I think Norway, but I could be very, very wrong about that. Oh, you are in Norway. Okay, then.
How can the sun be up there?
Possibly because of a difference between summertime and not summertime. Trying to think here. Okay, you are.
I gotta look at
4 to 5. Now, what is the time in Oslo?
The time in Oslo is
okay.
23:33.
Yeah. GMT +1.
So.
And I'm GMT -5. You're GMT -6. Okay, yeah. Man, I'm thinking you'd have to be another 30 or not another 30 degrees, another 15 degrees north.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the Terminator line here. No. The Terminator line right now is... He's on the dark side of the line, but not by a whole lot. Denmark is just going into the line. And then of course it's curving up to the northeast, northwest. So yeah, okay, I guess.
I would actually like to see something with the lines of latitude, but such it is with the thing over there. No big deal. No big deal on that. Okay, so yeah, about 1735 hours, and I'm probably thinking about get the rest of my clothes on, go looking for dinner. I wonder how is the temperature out there. Is am I to not knowing to the temperature? Oh, turn this thing.
Well, this thing is just goofy.
Well, okay, it's not as bad as it could be. 43 Fahrenheit here. It was 39 before the show started. I wonder how it's going to look later on to the thing. Oh, look on that. That is... No, isn't I like that. No, that is not too good. The expected low 32 Fahrenheit at 3 a.m. One of those feels likes of 28. Bleh!
No, there's no way the sun is up in Oslo. There's just no way. No.
That's just the way it goes for you. Okay, but at least it's not going to rain all over me when I walk over to the Squall Mart. Oh, man. And, yeah. Sean, I will message you at some point, and we will work out a date for a dedicated show. I'd really love to have that. And I think pretty much we can start bringing this to a close if nobody minds. Yeah, it's amazing. There are still 8 people watching.
It says 6 here.
Okay, you have 6?
Yeah. And that would be me and Sean included.
And me, I'm watching, so yeah.
So that means Hans, Dave, and somebody else? Maybe Jess is still logged in, even though she's off of lunch.
It's entirely possible. Okay, but yeah, let's. What you got coming up, Gian? Anything interesting besides Friday's festivities?
Nope, not a damn thing. Jen's little corner and I are working on a collab. We're going to be doing a presentation out of Shannon Q's channel because neither of us have the proper equipment to do it.
Is that the one? Is that the one she was talking about with Aaron Raw possibly joining in as well?
No.
No.
This
Okay.
one will be on the topic of transgender children. And we are hammering out an agreement with a well-known author on the topic.
Well then.
Who has like 50,000 people following her on Twitter. So it could explode into a very large audience, which would be great for Shannon. But I also suspect that a lot of the trolls that follow this author and say horrible, terrible things are going to come along. So we're going to need a bunch of moderators who can kick ass and shut those people down, because Shannon won't put up with that kind of stuff on her channel.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have a specific date, but it's coming along. We're in talks for setting the schedule, and it is going to happen. So stay tuned for that.
Yay!
We'll be advertising it fairly heavy, as a way to kind of pay the author who would be coming, that hopefully she'll get book sales out of it and that kind of thing. But she personally is married to a trans woman, and they have 2 or 3 kids. What's interesting about it is that the trans woman used to be her non-trans husband.
Mm.
And so the kids all know and are aware and have grown up with it. And one of the children is also trans.
Okay,
so
then.
It's a very interesting situation, and I think it'll be a great discussion.
Sounds very, very decent. I'm liking it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody write that down and keep that in mind. And as soon as you get the details nailed down, just let everybody know, would you?
We will, absolutely.
Okay, then. Yeah, it's starting to come to an end of a long day, so I'll tell you what, kids. I've not got much coming up immediately. As I say, I do want to snag Sean if you're listening. Let's get you on the show soon, very, very soon. And
Diane, I'm going to send you a DM on Twitter, just to you, not to the group.
Let me look over there and see what we've got.
Did you hear that? Diana, did you hear that?
Did I hear which?
I'm going to send a DM to you on Twitter.
I hear did that, yes.
Yeah, it'll be just to you, not the group.
Those sounds entered my ears.
Okay.
Oh my, where are we?
All right, I'll tell what it is, just so we're not leaving the audience in the out of the circle here. I'm sending her the instructions for the new secret handshake.
Ah.
That only tranny people know.
There you go. I see that Jen with one N has posted a poll. Those of you following Jen, she says, question for atheists. Not believing, disbelieving, rejecting belief in, or any other stance notwithstanding, do you hate God? And the possible answers are yes, I hate, no, I don't hate, and I'm not an atheist.
How come nobody ever puts, I can't hate what doesn't exist?
Well, that's what I was going to put in the comments here, because Jen is checking out SJ. SJ said, let's see, Habermas cites a survey where 20% of atheists admitted they hated God. And Jen says, let's see if 20% hate God, shall we? Here's the problem. To hate SJ's God, I would have to grant that God existed. That God does not exist. How can I hate it?
How can I be an atheist if it does exist? Because isn't atheism not believing that God exists?
Well, the God could exist, and I refuse to believe it. I would still be an atheist. But
okay, I suppose.
I mean, I'm atheist because I accept the lack of evidence in front of my eyes. You know, it's like, show me your God, then we will talk.
Yep.
That was the sign I carried at the counter protest against the Westboro Baptist Church. But yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Let me see here. We can go over there and I don't hate SJ's God. It doesn't exist. On the other hand, I hate what people do in the name of that God. And there we are.
All right, we going to end this now?
Yeah, I think so. Everybody, I want to thank everybody who's here and everybody who is not here. And I am so thrilled that you folks have come by and put up with me this long. And, well, you come by for the guests. You know, it's like, Diana is just furniture, right? Thank you so much for coming by. And having said that, I will then say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Good night, Diana.